flicker, echoes fight. Neon dreams and pixel dust. Through the code, relentless thrust. Streaming worlds in constant flux. Electric veins, chaotic rush. A restless voice, the sky cracks. Solitude with neon tracks. Zero solely streaming the light. Through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen. Seeking truth in the unseen. Why is single reality torn? There's heartbeats in the digital storm. Faces flicker, fading gleam. Caught within a cyber dream. In the silence of the light. Searching through the endless night. Restless scream against the void. Hope and fear become alloyed. Zero solely streaming the light. Through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of the midnight screen. Seeking truth in the unseen.
Welcome back to another episode. Oh my god, this light. I changed the color of the light. Oh look, watch that. Anyway, welcome back to another episode. Here we are once again. SKIZO Sunday. Mr. GALENTV will be back, or in, I guess, a little bit later, around 8 p.m. We're going to be talking about the J-Rod. So, that should be fucking interesting. And also, I'm going to be going over a couple other beams here. Skywatcher news, among other things. So, hopefully everybody's been well. Yes, I was only for a couple hours last night. I was just going to go on for the afternoon anyway. It was pretty dead, so I thought, fuck, I might as well just save what I've got so we can talk about it this evening. Why not? So, I got a doctor yesterday. I wanted a soy-filled specimen to test. Holy fuck, yeah. Brother, I'm still a little bit sore, but you know, I'm just sitting in a chair all night. It's not like I'm actually fucking doing any work here, so. I don't know, man. This is like washing me out just a second. This fucking light. This fucking light. This is gonna fuck up the, hold on. That's blue. That kind of works. It's a bit better. Not that I really care, but, you know, I don't want to look like complete fucking shit on here, for God's sakes. Yeah, God damn it. This music too, man. This is Monster Hunter music. This is fucking, Monster Hunter Lo-Fi. I'm just gonna adjust it slightly. There we go. That's Kokoto Village theme there. That's an oldie. That goes way back. Holy fuck. Back 20 years back. At least. Yeah, fuck. So many memes. I saw this actually, was it yesterday I saw this? This is a pretty big deal. I don't know if I fucking believe it or not, but kind of unrelated to aliens, but JFK assassination footage held by NBC proves Oswald was not the shooter. This is something that Representative Luna had talked about. Yeah. More angle with a colder light from the right. Does it look better now? Yeah. Usually I use the yellow light, but the yellow light was, it was doing something with the green screen. I was trying to figure it out the other night, Thursday night, actually. It was like going like cold, hot, cold, hot, cold, hot. It was fucked up, so I don't fucking know. I'm just using a green screen filter on OBS is what it is. It's not like a proper meme, so I don't fucking know. I hate using a green screen, honestly. It's just since we've been here that I've been using it. I'd rather just have like an actual setup again behind me, but is what it is. But yeah, I don't know. I believe that tape belongs to the American people. I would encourage everybody to ask NBC to release that tape to the public. So NBC has footage that proves Oswald was not the shooter. I mean, that's a hell of a fucking claim. So I don't fucking know. Actually, this is Hendrix's comment here. People have claimed this photo at the time of the shot shows Oswald, but a man named Billy Lovelady says it was him. Lovelady, that's an interesting last name, was an employee of the school book depository. I don't fucking know. I'm usually like long on the fucking on the JFK conspiracies. I don't fucking know if we're really gonna get anything about it. So yeah, show us a dungeon, just literally basement, man. Yeah, we had a nice little setup at our apartment. People that may have been watching for, oh my god, how long have we fucking been here for? Too fucking long. 7 months we've been here maybe. We had a nice little setup at our apartment. We had a nice little light and stuff, got a colored light, and anyway, yeah. Henry Lovely, that's better than Harry Lust Bitch. Yeah. Dick Lust Bitch, that'd be quite the name actually, yeah. I wonder if you should Google and see if someone actually has that name. Yeah. Oh yeah. Fucking Harry Longcock. There was somebody I knew that had a name like that. I forget what the fuck it was though. It wasn't that. It was something like that. Anyway. Harry Bush might have been his name actually, if come to think of it. Dick Bush. Kind of funny. Yeah. What a fucking meme. Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. Is it Sanford and Sons? What are they called again? Is that what they're called? They were like big. They were big, what, like fucking 15 years ago. I remember. Is it Sunford or whatever the fuck they're called? Yeah. Remember all the hipsters were listening to them. I do have a beanie on right now just to keep my fucking hair down, but I'm not like full blown hipster. Nothing against the hipsters, honestly, but yeah. Oh, it's a TV show. What's the fucking band called? Mumford. Oh, that's exactly it. Mumford and Sons. Yeah. Yeah, Bones. Welcome, by the way. Yeah. Goddamn, yeah. Dick Slap Cummings. Pro Versatility. What's up? Yeah, Dick Slap Cummings. That'd be quite the name too, actually. So many great names for babies. This is a song? Oh, this is... Oh, the NBC. Quincy Jones did the song for it. Oh, interesting. Okay. I probably just suffered a copyright strike, honestly, in the VOD. I fucking hate YouTube so much, man. I hate YouTube so much. I've been putting it's an interesting song, though. I've been putting these VODs up on YouTube, and their AI is so good. I don't know what the fuck it was. It was something. It may have been Joe Rogan, a clip on from Joe Rogan's podcast, actually, which is surprising. But it didn't give me a copyright strike, but you can't even post the VODs. Unless you cut that little segment out, but that's just so fucking annoying. I just don't even bother to post it after that. So just fucking ridiculous. This is in regards to the pyramid slop. I just got a couple things to go over here till GALENTV shows up with some actual content. I saw this. Now, I'm not super familiar with everything Edgar Casey's ever written. I mean, Casey's like, he's like woo-woo. Like, he's kind of way out there, honestly. I mean, I've read through some of his stuff, but people obviously, after the whole pyramid announcement, are memeing pretty hard on this. So I thought I'd read through this and see what people think. I don't know. This is supposedly one of his predictions. Here's some new drone news from Europe. Oh, interesting. Okay, I'll pull that up in a sec here for you. This is just quickly. So this is supposedly from one of his readings he did, fuck knows when, at least 100 years ago. Yet as time draws nigh, when change is hard to come about, so Edgar Casey was convinced or channeled or whatever the fuck he was doing that in the new millennium there would be earth changes, like a cataclysm would happen. And so that was a narrative that he had. There was no specific date given, although I think he implied that around the millennium is when it would happen. So that obviously didn't happen then. So ballpark, maybe people who are proponents of his theories, I guess, you know, still, it's kind of like Nostradamus. Like they're like, oh, it kind of fits close enough. You know, it's like, holy fuck. Anyway, there may be the opening of those three places where the records are one to those that are the initiates in knowledge of the one God. The temple by Iltar will then rise again, and there will be the opening of the temple or hall of records in Egypt, and those records that were put into the heart of the Atlantean land may also be found there, that have been kept for those that are of that group, which none of that makes a lot of fucking sense to me. The way that's written, that's just fucking personally. But I think what he's trying to say, he had talked about there being a hall of records in Egypt. Now, he had said the hall of records specifically was under the right paw of the Sphinx. There is a fairly large chamber under the right paw that Robert Schoch had found, which is an interesting coincidence. But here, I guess he's implying that maybe this is going to be under the Giza Plateau. I don't fucking know, man. It's so obscure, and that's what these things like Casey or things like Nostradamus or any of these prophets or prophetic readings are just intentionally obscure. They're never hyper specific, and if they are, then, you know, usually almost always they're wrong. So he was kind of like that. The whole Sphinx connection is a very interesting coincidence. And he had kind of talked about this idea that there was this higher culture that influenced a bunch of other cultures, and they collapsed. They went under the waves, and then they ended up in Egypt, some of the survivors. And he said they spread across the globe. Now, that was in like the early 1900s. There wasn't a lot of information out at that point. I mean, there was and there wasn't, but there wasn't really the idea that there was this lost ancient civilization of Atlantis was still a pretty new idea. Rabbit, what's up, man? So, you know, he's the great grandpappy of woo. Edgar Casey is one of the founders of literally the word woo. There he is there. They call him the sleeping prophet because he used to fall asleep, and then what they thought he was falling asleep, he would get into a trance. He would hypnotize himself. Then he would like cure people's ailments, supposedly. Now, you know, if a lot of people going and seeking medical advice from this guy, the psychic, maybe the whole thing was psychosomatic, or, you know, maybe a placebo would have done. He's like, oh, mixed all these tinctures together, and they're like, oh my God, he cured my disease. Like, I was having headaches for weeks, right? It's the stress. And if you talk to some renowned psychic and he gives you some kind of concoction and you drink it, you magically feel better because you finally relaxed, right? So, anyway, placebo's a powerful thing. What if the Hall of Amenti is a portal, Calontics, and you enter the portal vertically like to launch to ascend, like under Caffrey, these tubes we saw recently. We have to fucking dig a hole and find out, man. Yeah. We have to dig a hole and find out, I guess. Who knows, right? I mean, I think it's definitely an interesting find. It's just among the experts, they just want to see other experts, peer review buddies, new technique that he employed. What we saw was an AI creation of what it looked like. It may not even look like that to some degree, but yeah. Suspected Russian drone flies over EU research center. Oh God, suspected Russian drone? Okay. The Italian Public Prosecutor's Office is investigating. Interesting. Yeah, Corey, I've seen a lot of people, actually. Matthias Decima, I was looking through this earlier. I don't know if I follow him on here or not. Decima, how the fuck do you say his name? There. Yeah, okay, I'm following, I was going to say. Professor of clinical psychology. He lives in Belgium, I believe. Author of The Psychology of Totalitarianism, and he talked about this whole mass formation phenomena that he thought happened through COVID. He posted this, and there were similar sentiments I saw, but Putin will invade Europe as the new Iraq has weapons of mass destruction. Not too difficult to see the similarities. Yeah. I mean, Putin's definitely someone you want to watch, but I don't know if they want to necessarily get into a heated conflict or not. Hopefully not, right? But anyway, yeah. We were going over the Lakenheath article recently where they were talking about how they essentially said, you know, the drones over Lakenheath confirmed to be Russian. And we read through the article, and it was the opinion of the journalist. And it was like, we don't know that. No one knows that for sure. You know, there was incursions, well, not technically incursions, but there were drone sightings all over the globe. I mean, I would bet the Americans before fucking the Russians by the sound of it, but what the fuck do I know, literally? I mean, suppose Bigfoot HD footage from a minute and 5 seconds ago. Bigfoot in HD. Is this quality, brother? Oh, fuck. Looks like a fucking ghost. Holy shit, he picked up that tree like it was nothing, huh? Slamming logs around. I was gonna say, it almost looks like fucking AI, for Christ's sake. There's something wrong with the way it's moving. But then he does pick up the tree, interestingly enough. There's definitely somebody in there moving that shit. Interesting. That's what Bigfoots do. They just fuck shit up. I mean, what else are you going to do if you're going to tall monkey, I guess, right? Yeah. It looks edited. Yeah, it does look edited. Yeah. It's probably somebody fucking around that went and edited the video in post-production. The videos from Sonny Fader, a well-known hoaxer, nothing to see here. Yeah, I was going to say. So probably somebody in the woods fucking around, and then he just like overlaid some kind of thing over his head. Yeah. Yeah, it looks fucking fake to me. We were just watching. I've been watching, actually. I've been watching Les Stroud's Bigfoot series again. He's Survivor Man Bigfoot. And we've been watching through that. And it's been very interesting. I forgot he had some pretty interesting incidents in that. I don't know what episode it was. He was in BC. And I think it was in BC. We watched a couple of the episodes. There was one where they heard like a howl or a noise or something. And I was like, it just sounded like coyote to me. But then he supposedly was woken up in the middle of the night and there was something pressing on the roof of his tent. Like pressing around. It freaked him the fuck out. And he had got the camera going right after it had happened. And he was saying in the video, like, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just a raccoon. But then he did an overlay. He was like, it wasn't a raccoon. I was just going to calm myself down. Something was pressing on the tent. I was like, holy fucking shit. And they were doing like calls and shit. And he had heard something like throwing rocks. And then he heard something run and break a bunch of branches after. That's when he started recording. So anyway, frame rate of the log that looks different from the surrounding frame rate. Yeah. Yeah. Put him to work here. Yeah, it's throwing shit around. I mean, it's impressive of the guy to pick up the fucking log like that, honestly. That's no fucking joke. To pick up a tree like that and just swing it, that's a fucking feat in and of itself. It's a big fucking log. You're putting his fucking back out, just trying to make Bigfoot hoaxes, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. Todd Standing and Sasquatch and Terry have been proven to be hoaxers. Yeah, fuck. Oh, well. Oh, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Yeah. Fucking Christ. Yeah. Looks like a scene from Kong with a color pick over the top. Yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? Yeah. Holy fuck. I don't know about the Bigfoot meme. You know, I don't know. We talk about all kinds of schizo shit here usually, but there's definitely, I forget what the guy's names were. Les actually interviewed them in his show. I've heard of them before. I think one of the guys is a professor of either biology or anthropology. I can't remember. They're two fairly accredited guys, and they've been collecting footprints since the 70s. And they're completely convinced that there is an actual, you know, bipedal ape walking around North America. And that there's multiple of them. But there's a weird element to it. The fact we still haven't found one, it's weird. It's very weird. And there's a lot of occasions and anecdotes of people not just encountering these creatures, but also encountering strange lights in the sky. And listen, I don't know this with like complete conviction or anything, but there's that video, I played it on here before, from the fucking guy who ran one of the biggest YouTube channels on, Bigfoot channels on YouTube, sorry. I forget what his name was. It was him and his buddy. This guy's wife had died, I think of cancer. And so he decided, hey, like, I'm just going to go out and do this. I'm going to live my life. He retired. He's probably, I don't know, he's like early 60s. And they ran this big channel. They were like a Good Morning America. Like, they were all over the place, right? And he had this terrible encounter where he was out like in some national park in Florida. And he had been hearing whoops and rocks are being thrown at him, like in like central Florida. He had been seeing like, red eyes in the woods. And he went out to this camp and he had a terrifying encounter with something that wasn't Bigfoot. And they said they were going to kill him. You'd have to watch it. It was obviously like straight up schizo encounter. But the guy was completely traumatized and he's never done anything with Bigfoot again. That was years ago. But his testimony was pretty fucked, honestly. You never know for sure, right? Because the guy could have had a mental breakdown and you never know, but essentially TLDR, aliens is what happened to him supposedly, where he was at his campfire and he saw these eyes in the woods again, like glare. So it looks like someone in the woods. And then the next thing he knows, he's being pressed down to his campfire chair from behind. And all he could see out of the corner of his eye were just these big shadows. He couldn't actually make out a figure. And they started talking to him telepathically and they said, essentially, we're going to kill you. We've been hunting you. We've been, using our bait to lure you out here to this place where we can get at you, because they couldn't get at him in the city for some reason. And they use the idea of this creature to lure people out into the woods, into places where they're authorized to hunt people. And they told them they're essentially aliens and they just do this for sport. And they were going to kill them. And then whatever, the campfire crackled and some other voice came in his head and said, run inside the cabin. And he ran inside the cabin and the voice came into his head and said, you'll be safe here, stay in here for the night. And like, none of it makes any fucking sense to us, right? But if you'd have to watch the guy's testimony, I'll have to find it. Harry, I don't know if you're in here or not, Harry Calvarium, my friend, our friend here of the show, he had sent me the video a couple years ago and I watched it. And it's one of those things, you don't know if he's telling the truth, but it was pretty creepy. He was clearly distraught. And he had one of the, if not the biggest Bigfoot channel on YouTube. And he's completely convinced now that this is some kind of a ploy by aliens to kill people, to take people. They lure them out into deep woods. And for whatever reason, according to him, they can't get to people in certain areas, but there are certain areas that are kind of like free for alls. And they lure them out to these deeply wooded areas, and there they can get at people and take them and do whatever they want with them. Terrifying shit. I hope it's not true. Embrace primalism. Unfortunately, the truth will not be pontificated. The truth of our history, the context of our past will be informed through the source literature. Too many modern communicators wield proclamations regarding the ancient texts. They know context of antiquity or even the past 2,000 years. The discourse without historical grounding is not a discourse at all. It is mere rhetoric. I don't disagree, brother. People should know the past a little bit better. That's what I'm all about here. It's about knowing the past histories, past stories. Stories of catastrophe, maybe. Read and learn the legends of past cultures. Amen, brother. Jake Barber's neighbors record 2 UFO videos, and Jake confirmed that he recorded them too. The fuck? My neighbors. They took this video of UAP. And you yourself did take any photos? Yes. Do you have the Twitter link there, big dog? Okay. There it is. My neighbors. I was just going to talk about this. What better time, though? Man, Jake is like Jake is like deep in the Galactic Federation light. I mean, I've read all this. I know this. Yeah, and April 7th. Yeah, I was going to pull this up somewhere in all this fucking right here. Major reveal coming April 7th. Well, here, let's just go to his fucking page. You don't need to watch someone do another video on it. Watching people do videos of content and watching me talk about those videos people did of this guy's stuff. Let's go back to this guy's stuff, for Christ's sake. This is posted by, Happy Friday, official update below. Looking forward to having a lot of fresh things to share and discuss with everyone. This is it right here. Update. Snooze the ads again. Get the fuck out of here. There we go. We want to share an update and address some of the questions we've seen online. We believe that Skywatcher has made real progress in understanding the phenomenon. While we can't respond to every comment, our top priority is to validate our work and then effectively share and communicate those findings with you. Upcoming releases. Releases have been slightly delayed, and we acknowledge that. We're dealing with a highly complicated subject that involves us both trying to simultaneously manage our operations and compose media that accurately communicates our progress. Despite the silence, progress has been tremendous. We are working to improve our systems and processes to communicate more effectively moving forward. We want to share our work with you as much as possible as you want to see it. We also acknowledge the criticism that is inherent with this topic. We don't want to put out work that we are not proud of and that we cannot stand behind. Our team has been working around the clock in an effort to make meaningful progress towards our objectives. Here's the final immediate release schedule. The Skywatcher Disclosure Framework white paper will be released next week. Interesting. Skywatcher 2 Part 2 video is complete and will be released the following week, April 7th. We will also be able to provide some clarity by briefly addressing comments we've seen online. Oh, this is quite the post. Okay, well, we might as well fucking read it. Yeah. Jim's neighbors leaked the story ahead of time. Those fuckers. Jake's. Jim's neighbors, holy fuck. Our commitment is to engage with the phenomenon peacefully and with a spirit of collaboration and discovery. Our focus on data collection and understanding, nothing more, nothing less. There will be no hostile actions taken toward anything in the sky. Project Unity has raised an important point about concerns over the defense postures. Any protective measures you may notice are strictly for safety in the face of unknown or unforeseen circumstances. We are working in real time with an unpredictable phenomenon, and ensuring a secure environment for all involved is essential. Yeah, I think, what's his name again? Fuck's his name again? Christ. Jay. I think Jay may not have really understood why those people were there, the military, or the weapons, right? I mean, supposedly elements in the military-industrial complex have been shooting these things down, according to Jake. So there's been like a hostile intent by some of these factions, and so I'm sure the guns aren't there for Skinny Bob. They're for other people that might want to interfere with this this effort. We're drinking. What's up, man? Our interactions with the phenomenon are governed by a clear ethical framework rooted in peaceful engagement. We approach this work with a commitment to honesty, collaboration, and responsible stewardship of information or experiences that may arise. Every team member maintains full presence and intentionality during observations, balancing open-minded curiosity with critical thinking. We maintain a strict non-aggressive policy. We acknowledge the importance of appropriate boundaries. Our engagement is characterized by patience, emotional composure, and a recognition that truly understanding the phenomenon requires us to embody the same integrity and respect we hope to establish in any potential interaction. This ethical foundation guides every aspect of our work, from data collection to public communication. Our process, we are continuously refining our approach and taking every necessary precaution to ensure the integrity and safety of our work. We are private citizens engaging in a research project out in the open for the public to see. We do not claim to have all the answers about the phenomenon. We are in pursuit of that knowledge, the same as you, and we intend to share what we find with you. So what we find with all of you. Oh my God. Our approach at Skywalker, we're committed to rigorous scientific principles in our work, blah, 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 blah. Going forward, we're dedicated to empirical evidence, peer review, and transparent reporting. Good. These guys are all independently wealthy, supposedly. And it's all self-funded. So, I mean, that's good, I guess. Yeah, health and safety have gotten involved now. Rather, I mean, there's going to be a problem here once that happens. And I saw the other thing too, Bones, about the parliamentary hearing. Yeah, I think I had that up here still. But there was some clippets out of that I was going to pull up too that involved Chris Mellon had spoken at it with Tim Gallaudet, Jake's Dr. Peter Scoffish, who helps run the Soul Foundation, and this other guy, the congressman, I forget what his name is. Did they take any photos of this incident? We would love to know what it is. So before you ask, I have no idea. My kids hope it is something like this. An angel from the sky. Oh, here he posted it. At first glance, it looks to me like a rocket or something. Or oh, fuck, it's so fucking hard to know. How the fuck? We just don't know. The drone, rocket, Skinny Bob, Space Henry Cavill, fucking, I don't know. Pleiadians, I have no fucking idea. So his neighbors took this. Is this a blue angel you described in your Jesse Michaels interview? My wife saw something similar that she always described as a blue angel in February 2009. It's actually a mass sighting. No, but very odd that it is also blue and ethereal. Well, I mean, for us, it's impossible to tell what it is here. It looks like SpaceX Starlink second stage blowdown. Looks like that. Looks a lot like that. If that is SpaceX, that could be it. Yeah. Yeah. It definitely looks like a rocket to me. Yeah, almost certainly that's what it was. Yeah, that's almost certainly what it was. That's Tucson, Arizona. Where's Jake at in Southern California? That's almost certainly what it was. Yeah. So this isn't our space brothers, unfortunately. This is our literal brother, Mr. Elon Musk, our human brother. Yeah, that's literally what it was. It wasn't fucking aliens. People think that Jake channeled it. It's the problem with these sightings, man. Like, others are getting the audio too, actually. Yeah. Anyway, fucking. Yeah. Okay. Well, that clears that up, I guess. And you yourself did take any photos or videos? Yes. Yeah. Anyway, that didn't take very long. There's a new page that is tracking and asking mummy info and some new pictures, and you can get the Daikon scans from site. Oh, thanks, man. You can pull that up too. Anyway, well, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, like, yeah, just a rocket launch. I remember, nothing against Jake and his team, obviously, but, I remember this, like, even years ago, you would have this crop up where you'd have, like, for instance, the Norway spiral was an example of this, right? So, for people that don't remember this, because it was like way back in 2009, maybe. No. Right here. This was it here. Whenever this happened, I forget when it was. But that's literally what it looked like in the sky. And there were all kinds of fucking people crawling out of the woodwork on these forums and saying, oh my God, yes, I got from my sources, you know, they channeled, this is a mother, a Galactic Federation mothership that's sending a signal to the world. Or people were saying this is the beginning of the Earth changes. You know, there's spirals all across the globe, right? They're saying this is the beginning of the Earth changes. This is the beginning of, the beers come back, or, we're finally crossing along the galactic center, and they were all going to ascend soon. And then at the end of the day, it turned out to be a fucking Russian rocket. I'm like, all you people are literal fucking idiots. They're all just out after their truths, not after objective truths. And fuck, man, shit drives me nuts. I enjoy when this happens because it just kicks all of them in the nuts really hard. But then for some reason, people still go back for seconds into their slop bucket, and it's not even good slop. There's better slop. It's not even good slop, right? It's not even that chewed up. Like, yeah. Episode 2 in production, jazz hands. Fuck. Yeah, I was in Germany as well a week ago. Exhaust by a rocket, illuminated spiral in the sky. Yeah. Yeah, and listen, it's a phenomenon that happens to rockets, right? So when you look, there's a lot of these. Where are we here? They're everywhere. They're all over the fucking globe. These spirals. Now, I mean, it's kind of like the cross. So a counter argument to me saying this represents potentially celestial phenomena. It's two lines intersecting one another. Like, if you are high as fuck on mushrooms or whatever the fuck you just ate in the woods 6,000 years ago, and you've got like some paint, And you're like, well, that's my eyes. Fuck, you might as well paint. Like, how many shapes are you gonna be able to paint? You're gonna go like, right? Like, woo! Like you're fucking completely sauteed, literally spiraling around, and you start drawing spirals. Like, we're all Homo sapiens. Like, some of this stuff could very easily just be shit people do, shit the monkeys do, right? I mean, now, what's other? I don't know, is Eric Von Daniken or Giorgio or somebody put this idea out there, which, you know, maybe these spirals were another culture launching rockets thousands of years ago. If there was some ancient group here, some ancient astronauts, right? Like Sitchin, Zechariah Sitchin had talked about how he was convinced the Anunnaki was using rocket technology. Like in the story, the Epic of Gilgamesh, at one point, there is a place, and he thinks it is actually in Baalbek, where supposedly, you know, Sitchin went through the text and interpreted that there was a launch of a rocket, because he goes up to meet the gods at the end. And he thinks he that was facilitated by using technology. And so you look at the spirals and you're like, well, these are other rockets in the past. And I'm like, I mean, that's crazy, bro. I mean, but at the end of the day, maybe. We have no fucking idea. I mean, it could be that. It could just be fucked on, you know, herbs and just started drawing. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, thinking Linus Death Tips. Jesus Christ. Or Tomb Raider. Fuck, brother. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Because Neanderthals has rockets, fuel, and shit. Well, it wouldn't have been Neanderthals, Brad, but it would have been like people trying to put this theory forward are talking about, like, you know, the Anunnaki, or do I have the fucking picture up? Hold on. No, wrong picture. But there's an example of the cross. Where the fuck are they? My picture I always pull up. There, those people. Like some ancient aliens or something is what it would be, right? Yeah. But that's another good point. Like, you know, where do they get fucking rocket fuel from? The idea with these guys is that they weren't from here to begin with. So they're aliens. They came down. I guess, where's the second stage of the rocket that blew off? Is that just sitting in the ground somewhere down in Mesoamerica under like 30 feet of mud? I don't know. You know, I don't usually go there to that point. Like, some of those guys did, though. And, you know, these cultures, they're space brothers. The Hopi, they speak about these people, their ant friends, the Anunnaki, like, they weren't from Earth. They came down and taught them shit. It's a common theme. It's just we don't have any of their shit, really. So doesn't mean it's necessarily not true, but it's with what conviction can you speak on this, really? Other than it being an interesting idea. And that's kind of where I leave it, is it in being an interesting idea. Although, when we're getting really hyper-specific, there may have been another group of people. I would just place a bet on that. Whether they were alien or not, we have no fucking idea. Yeah, I think it's just one dude who invented trolling hand carved that rock for exactly this moment. You think, Crash? Well, I guess the problem is there's like thousands of them from multiple different cultures. I would probably say, I would bet it's just some common phenomena because we're all Homo sapiens. Again, it's like there is like a base level hardware I think we're all fucking running on. It doesn't matter if you're an Aborigine in Australia or you're Native American, or, you know, we're all running on the same software. If you eat mushrooms, it doesn't matter, like, really where you're from. It's going to fuck your brain up. It's just the same. And so that might result in you just drawing spirals on the fucking rock wall for like 5 hours straight. Same with crosses, and that could very possibly be another explanation. Yeah. Neanderthal Space Program would be a good name for a band. It'd be fucking sick, brother. These are all good, like, metal names. Metal band names. I used to have all my shit at a jam space in town. I used to rent it, and it was this fucking, like, this metal band used to run the place, and, like, oh my god, it's like the sketchiest spot. Like, you'd walk in and there'd be all, I don't know, there'd be like probably, there's like 10 or 11 rooms, and there'd be like 3 or 4 bands sharing each room. And, like, you know, it's like this much fucking drywall separating $20,000 worth of equipment in each room. And you'd walk in, it was just the sketchiest spot. There'd be like bottles just piled in bags. There'd be fruit flies everywhere, right? Because all the musicians are all fucking like drunks, right? And anyway, they would have this wall though, with like, because the people would be making they have like band names and stuff where you could go and write these ideas for names, and you could see all their sorry, coughing the fucking mic. You could see all of their brainstorming for band name ideas. So said, if I still went there, which I don't, I could write these down for some lads, right? Fucking some young guys, they could figure out their fucking a name for their fucking band. Yeah. Anyway, Spirals. Yeah, what fucking name? Yeah, I wanted to actually get. There was a clip. This isn't the actual conversation. This is just the beginning of the briefing that they did for the parliament in Japan. But there was something that Chris Mellon had said within this that supposedly was quite interesting. It's Japan's second official meeting from their bipartisan group formed in May 2024 to investigate UAPs from a national security perspective. The group includes former defense ministers and over 80 lawmakers. Their main goal is to push the Japanese government to create a dedicated agency or protocol for UAP sightings. Interesting. Yeah, okay. Their cultural context is also interesting. They've historically had a more high-tech embracing, and less fear-driven view of the unknown. Robot culture. So their openness here might break the stigma internationally. Well, if they have like a recovered craft, that would help if they just fucking hold that in front of that'd be I would love if Japan were the people to actually break this. And they pulled out Skinny Bob. It would just be so fitting for them to disclose this to people, you know. Yeah. A coalition, yeah. NASA, Neanderthal, Aztec Space Administrations. Fuck yeah, bro, there you go. That can be the fucking acronym they can use. Interesting. I don't know. What did he say, though? Well, this is something unrelated, really. This is just I forget what this incident is called. This is Tim Gallaudet, who was a part of this conversation here, just chiming in. For the baseless debunkers, I talked to a chief petty officer who was on the bridge of the USS Omaha. During this sighting, it was no conventional aircraft and was most definitely exhibited a transmedium trajectory. That thoroughly vetted this individual and known him to be credible. You know, that's interesting. I mean, that's valuable to have someone like Tim say that. It's not it is a data point. It's not hard data. So for people that are just really being autistic with it, you know, they want hard data. The problem though, sometimes with them, they ignore it completely, eyewitness testimony, which you just can't do because you don't have the complete context of the incident. You could start concocting ridiculous explanations like Mick West has done that, well, under the right circumstances, hypothetically, this could be a seagull at the right angle, moving at the right speed when the sunlight just hits its feathers right. It's like, man, shut the fuck up. Does that corroborate with multiple credible eyewitnesses? No. Well, then it's useless fucking explanation. So, anyway, this is absurd in many levels. This was just going around, but that's not who I want to look up Chris Mellon, because he said something to the Japanese that supposedly people had said was spicy. Drops bombshell new video. I don't want to watch another video on this. Did nobody just like clip it what the fuck he said? Oh, for fuck's sakes, yeah. Didn't they take the hard drives by helicopter shortly after the incident? That was during maybe it was during that incident too, Aaron. During the Tic Tac incident off the coast of Mexico or California. That was the Nimitz incident. Yeah, sorry, yes, that was the Nimitz incident. Yeah. Yes, according to Dave Fravor, yeah. That the radar guy told Dave that right after it happened, there were a group of black suits that came in and they took the hard drives, yeah. Because it was the hard data was on there. Because they had been tracking these objects on the radar on the ship for weeks, if not months. I can't remember what he said. I think it was over a month. And they warned them, supposedly, before they went out. Like, listen, if you encounter these, just FYI, like we've been watching, they've been weird shit. And yeah, that would have proved it without a doubt. So again, it's like, there is a conspiracy going on here. Is the other thing that some of these people just don't want to admit. And again, it's like, you know, someone like Mick West, where they don't want to humor. There are conspiracies. There are real conspiracies. Like, you don't want to be childishly naive in thinking that there are no such thing as conspiracies. Like, just fucking Oh my God. I just, anyway. So yeah, that's 100%. So again, like, it clearly happened. There's a lot of documentation behind it. There's multiple eyewitnesses, credible eyewitnesses. They ran into something anomalous. It was non-human technology. There's no other way outside of, and unless maybe it was some kind of government crap, but like, I just highly fucking doubt that personally. They just encountered a fucking UFO. They've been encountering these things for decades. It's just that the incidents were covered up. They created a really profound stigma back in the late 60s of Blue Book that worked. There was a literal psyop reported onto the American people. And it has been. They got involved in the media. Like they created a narrative that it was ridiculous to think about this. And they used some of their scientists to brainwash people into thinking that this is not something that's worth their time to think about. It's something else that isn't talked about enough. And it's still going on. The stigma is still there, right? It's pervaded through everybody in all these different industries, business, everything. So it was very successful. Yeah. Yeah, and like, we all know this, but I mean, many of us tuning in here go out into the real world, and then we have these arguments with people, and it's like just venting my own frustrations to some degree, where there are people out trying to argue against this narrative, and I think for the most part, like, they're just childishly naive. Like, some of the stuff Mick puts out. Mick is good with, computer programming and making videos and shit, but when it comes to like overall perspective, he's just like childishly naive when it comes to this. I'm not even going to get into the whole skeptic thing either, and calling yourself a skeptic. And any rational person is skeptical, right? Of anything. Rational people don't just believe things, right? There has to be some kind of data involved. There has to be some kind of methods involved. You don't just believe things for the sake of believing them, right? So calling yourself a skeptic is a bit redundant, and it's honestly just a group of people that are, oh, what's the word? What's a nice word? I don't know. They're very ignorant to mystical experience, might be one way of putting it. That might be one kind of, but they're just very like materialistic, kind of hardline materialists as well. And I don't know. It's not the way. It's not the only way to be. I don't think it's a way to be at all, personally. But anyway.
What's up, Vetters? Patrick here with Vetted. I have a very special video for y'all today.
Patrick, I'm sorry, brother, but I just want to watch the video.
Since I spoke with you last year, the most notable development in America
20 minutes long?
has been a continuing increase in reports of mysterious lights at numerous U.S. military bases.
昨年ここで話してからのとても大切な新しい展開というのは米軍の基地における光の目撃というものが
Oh, for God's sakes. Fish, what's up, dude? Yeah, they don't want to break their own fourth wall and actually look at the woo. That's exactly it, Aaron. Yeah, I think that's exactly it. Yeah. And I think they look at that stuff, they look at like woo stuff as just nonsense, when I just think there's no way all of it is nonsense. I think ignoring it isn't helpful, right? I mean, the framework you're creating, you're living within, is incomplete if you're just ignoring something that's that prolific throughout human history, really, some of this phenomena. So you need to create a system wherein you take that into account, or it works in incorporating that, right? And just ignoring it and saying it's not, it's literally delusional. So you have to account for it somehow, however you account for it. Like in ufology, you could look at stories of people encountering weird things and having metaphysical encounters. You could use the explanation, potentially, we've never been alone here, right? So you could say that they've always been here. They're just so far beyond us in advancement that they just have nothing to do with us, or they treat us like a zoo, or they treat us like a schoolyard and they just don't want to interfere, or, they have to account for it, yeah. Ignoring it is dangerous, discernment is key, but also hard and acquired skill. It's exactly it, man, yeah. It's wisdom, I think, right? There's a bit of wisdom there as well that they may be lacking in approaching things like that with that hubris. Yeah.
In many cases, they are drones, but the situation is complex and very concerning.
ほとんどの場合はそれはドローンなんですけれども、実はこのシチュエーションというのはとても複雑なもの。
We're not doing this a sentence at a time. Where's the big? Okay, Patrick, what you're here for is you're going to summarize this.
Well, open to the idea that. That's interesting. So John Kozlowski is the director of AARO, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, right? The Pentagon's Office to Study UFOs.
Yes.
Originally ran by Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick,
yes,
who had a much different opinion about all this. So it sounds like Dr.
Yeah.
John Kozlowski is just, like most people, open to the idea that there could be something, but just needs to see some evidence or data, right? But hell, he's the one in charge of it. He should be open to the idea. He should be open to both. He should be open to it not being real and open to it being real. That's what open-minded means, right? When people tell you to be open.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah. So that's not the bombshell, though, right? We know that he has this approach. At the end of the day, for John or even for Sean Kirkpatrick, all they would have needed to have done is go talk to Dave Fravor. And Dave would have told them, the account of where the hard data, there was hard data involved with the Nimitz incident. There's hard data involved with the gimbal footage, right? The radar operators told Ryan Graves the same thing. They said, we've been tracking these things for months. They would sit out there for 8 to 10 hours in high winds. So go get the radar data. That's what I would tell them. The problem with this, and this is unfortunate thing about the real world and real conspiracies and sketchy fucking people in the military industrial complex is this is potentially dangerous. And we have this anecdote from Jake Barber going and talking with some of these people in Congress who were holding these hearings, telling him their fear for their safety. It's real world shit. There are real conspiracies. People do die. They get their brains blown out over the fucking sidewalk when they try and test the power structure, right? And it's happened multiple times. We've had a sitting president have his brains blown out over the back of his fucking car. We've had tons of people die of heart attacks. We've had people fall off balconies, right? This shit happens. This is reality. And anyway, so, John or Sean could have went and got this data. Why didn't they? I don't know. Maybe they're afraid. There could be real repercussions for going and doing this stuff. I mean, you got to go knock on somebody's door. I'm assuming probably the fucking CIA, and be like, where's this fucking radar data from this incident, from the Nimitz or from the gimbal incident, right, with Ryan Graves? Like, that's all we would need. Even, and Eric Weinstein is quite an audacious character, and Eric has 2 giant fucking balls in between his legs because he says things like this. But he was talking about, the gimbal incident and saying, well, we know there are satellites tracking that area, tracking the entire planet, but tracking specifically that area, right, where they were in the U.S., just off the coast of the U.S. There would be hard data, and there would be hard data of that incident that happened, not just from the radar operators, but there'd be other data they would have of that incident to show definitively that it happened, right? So we would know definitively with hard data those objects are moving at unbelievable instantaneous speeds, and that would pretty much rule out people. So that would mean probably NHI, maybe even ET, everyone phrase it. So like, we don't need to kind of throw this ball back and forth about, is this object in this video real? We don't give a fuck about that. Go get the hard fucking data. We've got AARO. They should just go get the hard data. Go knock on the CIA's door. But no, John has probably a family. John has, probably kids, and he doesn't want someone to give him a phone call and say, hey, little Susie that walks to school, through the supermarket every morning, hopefully she doesn't trip and, hit her head on the sidewalk. And that's reality though, right? That's an unfortunate reality when it comes to this shit. You're dealing with the military industrial complex. You're dealing with war machines. You're dealing with sketchy motherfuckers, man. And, anyway, I just hate it when people don't acknowledge that, or they just live in this little bubble world where, like, there aren't bad people and bad things don't happen and none of this is possible and this is all fantasy. This is actual reality. And so, anyway, there's no bombshell here, I don't think. Like, what the fuck? What does he say?
You can hear everyone else that spoke at this thing. Tim Gallaudet, Peter Skafish from the Soul Foundation. You got Representative Eric Burleson jumped in as well. Chris Mellon being I think the main speaker here.
But if he knows it is real, how can he be open-minded to it not being real?
The rest of it, just put on auto.
It's true though, man.
Translate to hear,
it's an illusion that he puts out there, maybe
English or whatever language you need it in. It only has a few thousand views. It was streamed 2 days ago.
Okay, this is kind of clickbait. I don't think there's anything necessarily bombshell about what it was said there. We've heard the same shit over and over and over again. Really. I think that's kind of the TLDR on that one. Whatever. I mean, the guys are going around and they're educating people from different governments. I mean, listen, the Japanese government, I think they've got a parliamentary system, but isn't there still an emperor there? There's still an emperor. There's still an emperor in Japan, isn't there? Let's ask fucking ChatGPT. Fucking stupid mouse. Is Japan monarchy? It's kind of like the UK, yeah. It's a constitutional monarchy. The emperor, currently Naruhito, is a ceremonial head of state with no political power, per the post-World War II constitution. Real power rests with elected government, prime minister, cabinet, and Diet, parliament. Yes, monarch, but more ribbon cutting than ruling. Oh, do we believe that? I guess they may be written in the law, but I don't know. So it would have to be the prime minister that would bring out the crashed UFO that they recovered. I don't know. I mean, there's so many countries that are fed up with the kind of American war machine and their influence across the globe. I'm surprised that if there have been other crash retrievals, somebody else hasn't just wheeled one of these things out as a fuck you to the US. And just been like, look what we found. I mean, there'd probably be an incident the next day, right? With the prime minister. Just like, there was an incident with the Japanese prime minister through the whole flu times. That was an interesting saga. It wasn't really a fan of some of the edicts that were going down in the other countries, and then guess what happened? Boom, right? Someone made a gun in their fucking bedroom and shot him with it. Anyway. Fucking hell. Now I fucking changed the speed of my mouse. What the fuck happened here now? No, Jesus Christ. There we go. High speed. Yeah, fuck me. Anyway. Yeah, that's not as interesting as I thought it would be. I got a couple other things to go over here. Oh, Jesus Christ. Dr. Richard Haynes says he found proof in over 200 cases worldwide that a proactive method like CE5 works. Says he set out as a skeptic to disprove proactive communication by humans towards phenomena, but has been unable to disprove it. I mean, I like the idea of this. I'll watch a little clip here. I love the idea of this. I mean, at the end of the day, it'd be pretty easy to prove it. I mean, with what Jake's doing, if these anomalous lights you're summoning are actually ET craft and they're in communication with them, tell them to come down as close as they can and just get high resolution, video of them with some other data and confirm that it's not a satellite or anything else, and then I don't know. I mean, really, can you guys come down like can you come right down in front of us so we can video it? Like, can you bring the craft literally over our heads so we can video it? And if they say no, could you ask why the fuck not? Like, that's what I would ask the psionic. I'd be like, okay, why the fuck not? Like, is there some edict from the Galactic Federation they're not allowed to do this? Like, everybody on planet Earth is currently talking about this right now, guys. Speaking to the Galactic Federation. I think it might be time for some higher quality footage, right? If it's happening. Just personally. I think we've had blurry photos and videos for fucking long enough. I think people could probably handle a higher quality video. We're in the age of AI video now. So if the element of doubt still needs to happen, then guess what? There's the out for people that wouldn't be able to handle it. So just bring the fucking egg all the way down in front of Jake, and we can take a full 360 video of the egg, and then it can fly back up. And Jake can stand there and just show everybody that it's probably not AI, but then at the end of the day, we don't really fucking know. And then there's your out. But we can at least, for some of us, get some kind of conviction. There's something to this method of communication. Maybe important soon, right? For people to be able to do this. So Anyway, it's quite possible that CE5 is responsible for an increase in sightings over the last 2 years. Maybe, man. Well, that's the thing. Like, let's say you go outside of your fucking apartment. I hope Finn doesn't mind that I fucking use this. Finn, I don't know if you're in here or not, but I saw him post this. And I just wanted to use it as a, I could just use that as an example maybe, but I just wanted to, where did he put it? Some guy inserted himself in the fucking photo right here. This is Finn's incident here, who animates these encounters, and this is what he had saw himself, and he had told the story here in the past that he had done, I think it may have been literally like a CE5 type meditation before, or like the day before or something, and then he had this encounter shortly after. And I've heard this from other people that they have done this themselves, and they have had at least some kind of anomalous activity, you know, whether it's on a walk or it's outside their apartment window. There's always an element of doubt with it, right? Because you didn't go up and touch the craft or take a piece of it. But for most like rational, grounded people, you see something like that and you're not subject to hallucinations, you're not on any medications, etc. I mean, you know, you got to kind of put two and two together a little bit, right? That they were cloaked at one point. Yes, he was driving a cab when it happened. Yeah, I remember he was telling us that. Yeah, blue lights in the rear underside were stupidly large and distinct. I saw he posted this, so again, I mean, if this is happening, no, there's clearly some kind of controls in place that why does it need to remain at a distance like this for people? Still, I mean, we're decades on now from people fucking around with this. Like, why is it still... It's extremely frustrating. Almost maddening to a point, really. When you really digest all of these encounters that people have had, people of sound mind, it's almost maddening why this is still happening, where they're hell-bent on still keeping this at like arm's length. The human race, really, at arm's length. It's I don't know what, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah. What are the people flying the UFOs or the elite? Well, that's a terrifying part, isn't it? It's the fucking part that might be a little bit uncomfortable for us to fucking... I fucking hope not. Oh my god, fucking dog hair fucking all over me. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, you know, government that have been trying to hide it. I mean, that could be part of it too, man. Yeah, who knows? Although we're psychically communicating with something. Maybe it is them. I hope it isn't. Yeah. We saw a very similar thing in the late 80s, a huge triangular crab making no noise going overhead, multiple witnesses, kids, but not knowing what the fuck we just saw. Yeah, I mean, I've seen some strange lights out for walks, and then I saw that very overt the very strange collection of orbs one night out for a walk in September. Myself, now I didn't do CE5 or anything. I've done it in the past. I've done the whole protocol. Now I'm like not an expert in meditation or anything, but you know, even just out for a walk, you know, you just kind of put your intention out there, you know, that you want, you know, just connect with something. Is there anything up there, right? Is there anything that can actually hear your thoughts? Is there anything to this idea? And I've never really had anything happen aside from like maybe those two incidents I had when I saw what I thought were satellites, and I don't know what the fuck they were, but they moved kind of anomalously. And then more recently, I didn't do anything. I just been talking about the shit on the internet. And then I had that proper kind of UFO sighting. But again, I don't know what I saw. Now this is far more blatant. Like if you saw, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about this sighting. You know, this was, there's no way this is not a hallucination either. Like, I think Finn just actually had an encounter here is what happened. I mean, that's probably why I would bet happened with a lot of people that have done this stuff that have had like more blatant sightings. Like my sightings it was just a balls of light. I have no idea what they could have been, you know, but yeah, it changes your perspective. Yeah, absolutely it would, man. It's a subjective thing, right? And I think what some people are looking for is like, we're out for the objective truths, and we're trying to find something that we can share with people, put out there, kind of in this objective space where we have this evidence, and we can be like, look, this is on video, even though the video is not going to be worth as much as it used to be, but even like a piece of something, evidence, right? We're desperately looking for that, but that's the thing about the world to some degree too, is as much as we rely on that to ground ourselves, right, the scientific method, and to be objective and to employ critical thinking and whatnot about things, but there is this objective element to reality. Like we all at the end of the day have a lot of subjective experiences that shape us, and that could be the intention with some of these sightings too. Maybe it's just not a good idea at the end of the day for this to be known to the general public. As much as I and we want that, maybe there's forces beyond us that just understand the implications that we really can't wrap our heads around, and I don't pretend to. And so maybe it's better that for some people, they just have this subjective proof, right? Where they do some kind of CE5. And then they have some kind of a sighting like this. And then to some degree, like they know that there's something real going on. And then that's enough for them maybe to kind of satisfy their curiosity. It's not enough to convince somebody who's just, never, but those people are never going to be convinced to some degree either, right? So at the end of the day, it might just be, that might be how it goes, right? That'd be kind of sad, because you would desperately want to convince people that are maybe criticizing or, laughing at your incident and calling you crazy. That's very frustrating, especially when you're not. And when something strange may have legitimately happened to you, it's very disgusting, honestly, behavior by some people. And so you would desperately want some way to prove this. But at the end of the day, maybe that's not the intention ultimately. So yeah, we just have to consider that. I wish I had my own encounter like this, or saw something like this, a little bit more overt, that wasn't kind of like, just balls of light in the distance where it's like, anyway, yeah. Oh, GALENTV, sir, welcome. We're just talking about balls of light, and here you are, a ray of sunshine.
A ray of sunshine.
a ray of light, my guiding light.
I can't get that out of my mouth. I can't get ray.
You can't get what in your mouth?
Those words to be created. Yeah. I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. Welcome.
I was in a mid sip of water while you were saying that. He said ray of sunshine. That was not the word that I was. Those are not the words I was expecting.
I've had a couple glasses of wine tonight, and I'm just sipping on a little drink, so I'm
well,
loosened up.
That's probably good for. But I've got pulled up here. I've got some things.
Yes, tonight. I know. Yes,
and
I know.
I'm not just talking about the feature. I'm talking about other things. You gotta buckle up.
Oh fuck, brother. More green text.
Well, it's not that bad. There's just some truly SKIZO Sunday worthy stuff here.
Oh,
but
wonderful.
On just on a lighter note first, this is something that I thought you might be interested in. I'm going to send you a couple pictures of a young man.
Oh yeah, okay.
There's nothing bad. There's just a couple pictures. This is a big boy. He's not quite a giant, but he's a giant in a different sense.
Oh.
So this man here. His name is Desmond Watson.
Oh my.
He was at the NFL Combine.
Holy
he's 6'6", and he weighs 464 pounds, I think.
Holy fucking Christ, he's a big boy. How do I open this next one? Open image. I can't open the other one. It's weird. Anyway, I was trying to open the second.
It's just him with his like football gear on. He's a young man from the Florida Gators.
Fuck.
He's so I looked up because we were talking about the bench press rep at the combine. So it turns out they do have to do a full rep. The rules are that you have to lock out your elbows, and the bar has to touch your chest. This young man,
okay, so I've seen him half repping that shit multiple times. Anyway,
this young man, he did a whopping 36 reps on the bench.
225, yeah.
Yep, at 225.
Fucking Christ.
I don't know. At his weight, I guess his arms might be pretty long. He's a defensive lineman. His 40-yard dash was just a little bit under 6 seconds.
God damn.
Which, that's like really, really slow. but for a guy his size, that's like pretty good. And
Fuck.
the most pressed feet is his vertical,
Yeah.
which is about 25 inches.
Pretty
I think
impressive,
about
too.
the power the deer legs have to exert. Get 25 inches off the grid, 464 pounds off the grid.
That's fucking crazy. These guys, like, he's got definitely some Anunnaki fucking genes in him somewhere, man. That's fucking craziness. Yeah.
I thought you might appreciate that. Just something to start. This
Yeah.
might be another. No, he's a small giant by height standards,
Yeah.
but he's a big boy. He may
boy,
go
yeah.
down as the heaviest draftee in the NFL. He has a record weight by like over
shit.
100 pounds.
Holy shit. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think what the record on the combine, the bench press is like 50 reps or something though, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it was
225,
50. It was close to
Yeah.
50.
That's
if it's
pretty
not
fucking
50.
nuts. That's fucking crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, they have to do. It turns out they do have to do a full rep. It is written
Yeah.
in the rules for the measurement that they do have to do a full rep.
Is it 51, Nick? Oh my god. Man.
Oh, was it
that's
50? I thought it was like just under 50.
that's-
I can't remember who
That's
did it
fucking
because
crazy.
the guy who actually holds the record didn't actually play in the league. I don't think he was actually
Yeah.
drafted to a team, but it was.
yeah.
It just this is just something I thought you might just appreciate,
Yeah.
just a physical specimen of this absolute unit, if you will.
Absolutely. I just wanted, Mike, I think you mentioned it before, haven't you? You saw a triangular craft. I can't remember. Yeah. Feel free to share those experiences too, guys. Yeah, this is the time. This is the time to do it on this SKIZO Sunday. Yeah. 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 Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, very intriguing. Yeah.
Another picture
Justin
that I
Burns.
found that we could just briefly discuss.
Okay.
So this is a picture from the military. And the post I found this with says, made the claim, does the U.S. Army in fact have a wizard corps? What else is the government hiding from us?
A wizard corp.
Well, if you look at the guy's hat, it looks a little bit like a wizard's hat.
Why can't I fucking... Yeah, I'm trying to open this fucking image, but it's just saying copy image. It's very weird. I don't know why it's not...
If you
allowing
click on it, like at the top right, on the Discord
open in browser.
Yeah, open in browser.
What the fuck? That's quite it's quite the interesting hat. Yeah, it's true.
Do you
actually.
suppose do you suppose there is a wizard's corpse? in the United States military?
We don't know. There could be. Oh. Fuck.
Yep.
That's very. I've never seen that before. I'm assuming that's a meme, but
That's probably just the hat that got stretched out, like the sergeant's hat.
yeah.
Because you can kind of see how it gets like folded in, but I thought the claim with it was worthy just to give a little nod to.
Wizards go to war. Look at what Gandalf did, right, against fucking Sauron. Yeah.
Now,
Fuck.
just a little bit. Also, another thing you were talking just briefly about CE5.
We were, just before you come on.
So
Yeah.
I'm gonna link something to you here. I'm gonna link the thread, the actual thread to you.
Oh
This is a
God.
man who claimed last night or yesterday that he did CE5 and he CE5'd a C-shaped UFO into existence.
There
With
you
some
go.
pictures that he took. Yeah,
Interesting.
with some
Interesting.
pictures.
I used it around 30 minutes. It can be found on Stephen Grew's channel on YouTube. Oh, he gave it to Steven. Of course he did.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Be me. Want to try C5 because fuck it, why not? Go outside, smoke some weed, then grab my telescope, get an open view of the sky at an ungodly hour. Start meditating, start seeing visuals, which I choose to withhold for now. Oh, skinny Bob. Open my eyes, fucking nothing. Don't give up easily, so I kept focused during the meditation a few times. I sit there and strain my focus. The meditation tells me to let go of all tension so I can focus even more. I open my eyes. What the fuck? I'm not going to dox where I live, but I will say there's a building here with a spotlight. Something was moving up there. It was going back and forth between the light and the darkness. Told it to wait, and still stood enough for me to take a video, a couple screenshots of it. Interesting. This is it here, I guess. This is it, the actual.
So he says he's got a couple pictures there. I think it's like the first 3 pictures in the thread. He said, yeah, he's got.
Interesting. Is this? Here's the other photo, right there. Okay. Hard to say. This is some
I guess
kind
he's
of a.
good.
Yeah.
The third one, I guess, is a GIF.
Yeah. It's a little bit blurry, but
Yep.
yeah, there. Okay, we'll zoom in on that so people can get a better visual of what the fuck we're looking at here. Yeah, brother, fucking that's crazy. Yeah, I mean, listen, we were just talking about this before. Sometimes this is just a subjective experience, and that's just where it stays. Where, like, to me, here looking at this now, it's like, fuck. Even this is a little more interesting, but I mean, you know, how the fuck do we? I don't fucking know, right? Like,
how do we know? I came across this yesterday, and I thought, well, I got to get there. And then you mentioned CE5, and I said, that's right, I got to bring this up.
Yeah, no, that's where he posted on X.
Yep.
Fuck yeah, there you go, yeah, blurry, shaky UFO video checks in. That's exactly it.
Oh, you remember my principle on this? If it's on video, it's fake.
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of us have that kind of perspective now because
before it was you need video, photos are fake. Now it's video. Oh, that's fake.
Yeah, it's just like fuck, man. I don't know. It's unfortunate. Again, like if I was meditating and talking with the aliens, I'd be like, guys, like don't even show up if you're gonna fucking come in some blurry. Like, I mean, just come right the fuck down and don't waste my time. Like. I'd be a bit more blunt with them probably, and they probably wouldn't even. They'd be like, "Go fuck yourself," and I'd be like, "All right, fuck you." Like, and then that'd be the relationship, and they'd never talk to me again.
I gotta link another thing to you. This is just a little bit of Mars slop as well.
Oh fuck! Oh my gosh! You know, we're connoisseurs of Mars slop here.
Yep.
There are aliens on Mars.
There's a link to the. Yeah, I haven't actually opened that. Maybe I'll take an open to that. Mars Trek.
The truck?
Goes.
Okay. How did this pyramid get on Mars? It's a shadow, but interesting, yeah.
Yeah.
What the hell is this? A crater, maybe? Yeah. These are the same objects in our oceans. Craters, yeah. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Fuck yeah. I don't know. Who's saying? What do you think? This is a truck or something?
Oh, a trek.
Trek.
So if you go, if you go to the link that the guy posted is the trek or the Mars Trek. So it says it's an application that allows you to view imagery and perform analysis on data from the celestial body. And there's a tutorial for it.
Okay.
And whatnot if you open it up.
Skip tutorial. We don't need that. So we just look. Oh wow, that's crazy. Can we go to Cydonia? I'm assuming we can. This is the entirety of Mars. Can you search it? I think you can, can't you? Menu.
I don't know.
Calculate distance.
This is my first time opening this thing.
Search for Cydonia. This is the Mars face. Okay. These motherfuckers. They don't want us to see it. That's what it is. They don't want us to see it. They're like, you can go anywhere and look at anything you want. Yeah, fuck you can. I can't see Cydonia here, guys. Why is that? Can't zoom in on Cydonia for some reason. Look, watch. Blurry as all hell. Let's just zoom out and go to another random spot. Still blurry as hell. It's all blurry as hell. Fuck. Interesting. Yeah, crazy though. I mean, I guess you can get like the macro view of things, I suppose, you know.
Yeah. It's just a little Mars slop that I thought you might enjoy.
Yeah, hey, we have something to play around with at some point, you know.
It's one more thing. This might lead into just a different conversation, or it might not go over there, but I like one more thing to you. So this is, I guess, from like the other day, and that it was a record of more than 4 million people attended the Khatam al-Quran during Tarawih prayers in Masjid al-Haram tonight. This is the highest number of attendees ever recorded in Masjid al-Haram at any given time.
Oh.
So that's in Mecca, or that's Mecca, I guess. See, if you zoom out, you look at the thing. They got the block there.
Isn't that? It looks beautiful. The city, actually. Incredible. Wow. I know. Wasn't Ramadan? Did it end? Is that what's going on? It was going. Ramadan lasted what, a month?
I think that's still going on now. I think
Is it
that's
still going?
on.
Holy fuck, they're still fasting, huh?
No,
Dear God.
I only base that on that there's every now and then there would be a couple NBA players that would be or that would participate or witness in Ramadan, and they would fast during that. So, and that would always be kind of like
holy shit,
a big deal during like the early rounds of the playoffs.
Yeah,
because they started like the end of April, and there's a couple players I think that are I think it's witness. Yeah, they observe. That's the word I was looking for. They're observing Ramadan, so they would participate in the fast.
Interesting. Yeah, the idea. Well, we can go straight to fucking aliens. What the fuck is what's in the rock in Mecca?
Yeah. Yeah, that's just where we can go with this. That is I think the origin is from the speculation is that it's from space, or that it didn't originate in on planet Earth, but I think like further analysis on it is forbidden for because of religious purposes, I think.
Yeah.
I think that's the deal with it, but I don't actually know. It's been a little while since I've seen that, but yeah.
You put your head in, you kiss the rock. Interesting. There's an up close view of it there. Wow. I don't know what the fuck is this. What's the significance of it, I guess? I don't even fucking know. Like, yeah. It's
a holy relic. I remember that, but it's a big deal in Islam, I think. I think it has significance. It might have significance in Judaism, but I don't remember. But I know it's a very holy relic.
Yeah, likely a meteoric stone, possibly basalt or agate, composition debated, now broken into fragments held together by a silver frame. Pre-Islamic object of reverence, tradition holds it was given to Abraham by an angel. Yeah, I've heard the ancient alien guys go on fucking about this ad nauseum before, where it's just like literal fucking relic from ancient aliens. It fell from the sky, possibly an alien artifact, revered and preserved for millennia. Its veneration draws comparisons to ancient cargo cults worshipping tech they don't understand. Yeah, reality check. It's almost certainly a meteorite. No unusual radiation, magnetism, or unearthly composition has been documented. Reference likely rooted in symbolism, not ET tech. You don't fucking know that.
So
you don't know
so
that.
It is.
So it says. You don't know that.
Yeah, you don't know that. It's a very, very holy site.
Well, you got to think for a minute here. Yeah. We're going to say this is an alien. It is literally, whether it's an asteroid or whether it's a meteorite, or an angel gave it to somebody. It's not of this earth.
It is of alien origin.
So there you fucking go. Right? People can write their books and they can say it's an ancient alien artifact. And at the end of the book, you can debate people and be like, yeah, it came from heaven. And then you can just leave it at that, right? You can just say, you don't even have to get into like, was it from another planet? Were these people literally aliens? You could just say, you could just leave it. You could just meme about it the whole time, right?
Yep.
Fuck, yeah.
Anyway,
Fuck.
Those are a few of the things I have. I have some more schizo stuff, but we can do that later.
Oh yeah,
we'll that later because we want to know what's up with the J rods.
The J rod. Well, yeah, we should probably. I mean, probably many people here maybe have heard of the J rod, have heard of Dan Burisch and his story. We said we would go over this. I'll pull it up on my end. I'm sure you have stuff on your end to go from Dan Burisch and
the interview I showed you, or that I linked to, was probably something that would be good for you to kind of do like a reaction or analysis of. It is pretty long. Like I think it was an hour and 40. It was just a bit over an hour and 40 minutes. I have the transcript of it open, but I don't know how. I don't know how well I'm going to be able to find things because I can't do like a control find for like particular keywords.
We can feed it. You defeated the ChatGPT.
I tried. It was too much text.
It was too much text, really?
Yeah, it said it was too much text.
I can probably make it fit because I'm still paying for it. Just a second.
You might be able to get it to fit. But
it did.
The poor free one. Oh, did you get it to work?
Oh, I got it fit. Oh yeah. But you just got to pay Sam $30 a month and you can get it to fit. Now Sam will still jerk you around quite a bit, but
oh fuck.
Yeah.
I can't believe you got to summarize that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh well, that's even better then.
That was a full-on download from the mothership, wasn't it? Holy fuck. Anyway, sorry, yeah.
So Just a little bit of background. We got to start it. The story actually doesn't start with Dan Burisch. It starts with another man by the name of Bill Uhouse, because he was the one who first came up. Now, I was trying to look for stuff on Bill Uhouse, other than just like a little tiny segment of an interview that they had with him on Ancient Aliens. I haven't really been able to find much about it, other than I think he was a captain in the Army. And he just kind of came across as, if you will forgive me for this phrase.
Yeah.
Just got like some boomer that was like, oh yeah, there he had the J-Rod over at, their Groom Lake facility. Yeah, and I talked to him there, and, he wasn't from here. He's from out there, and, that we had to work with him, and exchanged, and yeah, and that was pretty much it.
Yeah.
Was that he kind of did that. What Dan Burisch did is he came out later, and he kind of like further validated this initial guy's claims, from what I understand with it anyway.
Yeah.
And Dan Burisch went, and he's done like a couple of these like these big interviews, and he goes into like quite a bit of detail about stuff, at least from what he says from his perspective. One thing he did mention in the video was they asked him, they kind of did an interview with him, and they actually asked him if he did actually meet our guy Bob Laser at the facility.
Yeah.
And he said that he did see somebody who resembled Bob Lazar there, but he can't verify whether it was him or not at one point. So that was one thing. But as you see with the stuff that he has there, it is quite the fantastical tale that he's got. The J-Rods are... So I pluralize it, the J-Rods, because he used it to refer to a group of these aliens that he identified them as the J-Rods, as opposed to just J-Rod, the alien. Now, he has something that was kind of interesting with it, and he said, why was the name J-Rod given to them? So I found this excerpt from the transcript that I'll read off to you, and I just have to find that. So,
Alf, what's up, man? Yeah, you fucking... yeah, we're talking about it.
So interactions with J-Rod, and again, they have personal names. The term J-Rod simply means 15, which was a Bassine name for where they were located based on the number of light years from our location. So they took those names and they identified through the Sigma protocols, the linguistic protocols, with a rod symbol, which was an inertia symbol, and the letter J, and in fact that was a combination of Mayan and Egyptian numerology having to do with a rod, and J meaning 10 and 5 for 15. Now, so that's where they got the name J-Rod from. Is that he describes them not as Zeta Reticulans necessarily. So I see on the ChatGPT it says Zeta Reticuli 4 is what it was, because he said that they weren't really like gray aliens per se. He described them as being kind of like brown, and that he said they asked him what his initial impression of the of it when he saw the alien at first, and he said he thought he was looking at like a giant insect initially. Yeah, and then he thought he was under the impression that he was looking at like a prehistoric like ape or something, and it wasn't until like after I think he interacted with it once or twice that it was actually an alien.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah. I vaguely remember his account. I know Alf here had talked about it, and this is probably one of the reasons why we're doing it. But no, I've been recovering, brother. Thank you. Yeah. You had arguments with ChatGPT about Burisch. Yeah. He's I don't know. My vibe off of him always was like, eh. I mean, like, I would put like Bob Lazar's like here, Dan's probably like here, and then you got like fucking Alex Collier like down fucking here, right? But like, Dan, there was just something I just thought maybe there's something off about Dan's claims. People had like kind of picked the story and him apart quite a bit, but you know, I didn't know he was actually confirmed to be a legitimate, like accredited microbiologist. So I thought that was all a facade, was what a lot of the debunkers were claiming years ago.
It's just like Bob Lazar. He's not really a physicist. He's in fact a pimp. You know.
Well, I mean, literally, that's what. And Bob didn't have the credentials per se, but Dan does have the credentials. So it's kind of interesting that people still kind of people do place Bob still above Dan. He's just more famous than Dan too, because he made bigger claims in the end of the day.
He got on the news. I don't think Dan got on the news.
No. Well, I know I thought George Knapp had run into him. I thought that he did. Not to the degree that Bob like really made big claims, like big waves. But Bob was like the first person anyway to do that. So Dan came after Bob. Yeah.
Now, my impression from listening, now I will be honest with you, I was listening to it while I was sorting out magic cards for potential deck reconstructions and whatnot, and I was listening to that while I was doing some of that, so I may have missed like some bits and pieces here and there. But I mean, the impression I got, but this is perhaps my my problem is that my impression's always like, well, why would you just go and like make up this story? You know, so my gut reaction is just like, oh, he's telling the truth. But there are a couple things he said that I remember thinking like, okay, all right, that's suspicious. He does go into 2012 a little bit, so that's already that's a little suspect right there and then. But I don't think he talks about it as like a cataclysmic event. He talks about it more as like, I guess what you would call it is like a timeline checkpoint, I guess.
Yeah.
So he gets into a lot of like time travel stuff.
He gets into shit, and I know I've heard this before, but he gets into this because there's this idea out there in physics from Einstein and Rosen, but this Einstein-Rosen bridge or this wormhole kind of idea. And now Bob had a different explanation as to how they got here than people like maybe Dan, where some people were talking, well, the only way to get here would be to create some kind of a wormhole to break, like to get faster than light travel. So you'd have to have some kind of Einstein-Rosen bridge. You'd have to kind of like, you know, create this wormhole, and that's how you'd travel around. Bob's explanation is a little bit different, and actually, although it wasn't 100% correct, does seem a bit more similar to like maybe like the kind of Alcubierre drive or the recreation of the Star Trek warp drives, which, you know, people had commented that potentially some of the people working on Star Trek, the physicists that were consulting, may have actually been involved with some of these back engineering programs, which is really fucking interesting, that there might be something to that idea. So like, that's actually how they get around this. So that as an explanation doesn't really necessarily align with where we're trending towards. Not that it's not, this is necessarily, not that it's not necessarily like incorrect, but anyway, yeah. The convergent timeline thing, I know he talked about, future humans from a divergent timeline 50,000 years ahead of us. Deformed due to genetic degradation from past tampering. The whole idea that they're future humans is interesting. There's so many different claims from people. There are people that claim that we're a result of them, not the other way around. But at the end of the day, we have no idea. So,
So one thing that I know he kind of goes in a little bit about, and one of the things that he goes on about is that a lot of questions they ask him, he just goes like, I don't know, I don't understand like half the stuff here. I'm just telling you just kind of like what the information that I was given or the information that I received. Like how we got to this point, I don't know. But you can see there that, and I see on your screen there that he's got the big threat of 2012, that a major solar flare energy event was forecast for December 21st, 2012. Tied to the galactic plane alignment. Which, which at least in our timeline, did not come to pass.
I know, and you know, that was one of the memes. I remember, like back then in 2012, which is crazy to say that it was 13 years ago, but I was just as much as entrenched in this stuff as I am now, and I was aware of all of the different theories leading up to it. I mean, the main the main proponent of the 2012 hysteria, unfortunately, whether maybe he wants to take credit for this or not, is Graham Hancock. Graham Hancock did start some of the hysteria around 2012 back in 1995 when he released Fingerprints of the Gods, because people didn't know about the Mayan long count calendar. And Graham drew attention to that and had drawn a connection to it with potentially a past advanced group of people being involved with educating the Mayans, or the precursor civilization, the Olmecs, and then maybe encoding within them some kind of a calendar, some kind of a destruction that they were subjected to in a previous age. So he set, the ball rolling for, oh my God, this is the end of a calendar from potentially, the influence of a group of people who were subjected to a cataclysm. And then there's all these other explanations of what's going to happen. It's going to be Nibiru. It's going to be in alignment with the galactic plane. It's going to be an alien invasion. It's going to be a solar flare. Endless shit. I remember the day even. I remember the day because it was just after, we just had exams in university shortly after that. And I remember I just had a lot of time in my hands. I think I was playing World of Warcraft and on my laptop. And I remember I kind of forgot initially because I was busy, but then like later in the afternoon, I'm like, oh my God, this is the day. And then I remember being on 4chan that evening and like nothing happened to us. Like, of course, nothing happened, right? Like, Anyway.
I remember that day would have been just after the university exams. Yeah.
Yeah.
As a student living at home, I think our dog had like a really low white blood cell count, and my mom had to drive her to the I guess I will say the animal university, kind of in the region.
Yeah.
Hospital. In order to effectively like save save the dog's life. And I think my dad was somewhere, so I can't remember. He was out working or whatnot.
Yeah.
And so I was home alone the whole time, and I remember the entire time I was like, I just got to sleep through this. I got to sleep through this. If I sleep through it, it won't happen.
Yeah.
You'd say I couldn't have. Oh my goodness!
You gotta fucking stay up. You gotta stay up.
I was stressed out during that day. That day was, oh boy. But I was always like, any kind of anybody making a claim, like no matter how outlandish. I remember I'd always kind of have that thought process of like, well, what if they're not making it up? What if they know or something?
Yeah.
So I like. Always said now you know after you live through like about like 20 of these, you go like, yeah, okay, all right then. But at the time, I remember I was pretty freaked out that day.
Oh yeah, there are lots of people that were. Yeah, the hype.
Yep.
I'm just gonna read through some of the comments here. I know Alfie just linked that maybe the Russians had actually made a small wormhole. I don't know. I never heard of this before. Plasma and space experiments. I'll read through the comments here. It's a video of them making the wormhole in space. The Russians proved it could be done whilst in space, apparently. It's crazy when you cool these particles, they start to form the shape of a gene. This is kind of trippy. Very interesting. Yeah, I read through Aaron and Mike, your conversations too. I just didn't want to like go over like too many things at once. But I do often ignore what people say in the messages from aliens though, because it could just be a lie anyway, even if aliens communicated with them. Who knows? Yeah. No. Yeah, this is no worries, guys. Yeah, feel free to converse. Yeah. You want to dig a 12-foot deep pit and put Flint Dibble in it, then sit on deck chairs at the top with Graham Hancock while we sip on whiskey and ask Dibble questions about ancient seeds and mammoth bones. See if you can cry.
You're not even indulging in the Graham Hancock experience. That you need the ayahuasca for that. I think.
Oh, that's fucking true though. We can give Flint ayahuasca to drink, and then Flint can trip out and talk to the reptilian mother that people in ayahuasca supposedly meet, like Divine Mother. And then we can drink whiskey and not subject ourselves to that while he's in the 12-foot hole. Yeah. That's a much better idea.
The Graham, well, that was what I was going to say when he was the first one, when he said that he was the first one to brought attention to Mayan calendar. I said, did he do it through a haze of ayahuasca-induced enlightenment?
I mean, Graham also really brought attention to ayahuasca to the West through Joe Rogan's podcast too. Like A lot of people had no idea. I have been looking into DMT since I was a teenager because I thought it was interesting. But I had no idea like about this ayahuasca until I watched Graham talking about it on Joe Rogan's podcast like 12, 13, 14 years ago, a long time ago, like 2009, 10 maybe. He was one of the first real guests that Joe ever had on, I think, if I can recall correctly. Like with Red Band, like in Joe's house. I remember when they were doing it out of there. I still remember the video. So he was one of the early proponents. Anyway, he's Graham was a great guy. I would love to meet him, and he's done unbelievably great work as a journalist and an author. But yeah, he did ferment the 2012 hysteria. But to be fair to him, like he had no idea. He was just like he just brought it up. Like he wasn't anticipating anything was going to happen either. People just ran with it because it was just fun, but they milked it.
Yeah, you go.
They milked it.
He went on Rogan, didn't he? And he was probably just like, Joe, I've looked at the calendar. I've seen it with my own eyes. It's over in 2012.
So yeah, he never spoke with that conviction. Yeah, but there's some people that did. There were some people that were all in that it was going to be the fucking end and shit. And
yeah.
Anyway, listen, it sold a lot of tickets to Woo conferences, so yeah. I mean, I should message. I messaged Randall a couple times because Randall, I think, is more maybe in line, kind of what we talk about. Not that Graham isn't. Graham is definitely about a lot of these ancient sites and shit, but I would love to talk to him. Yeah, I would. It'd be a literal honor to be able to speak with him because he was the guy that really started me on. Because I had no fucking idea, about the whole ancient, lost ancient civilization narrative, really, aside from like having kind of an interest in Atlantis. But it was Graham's books that really got me deeply interested in it. And after, many of Velikovsky's books too, but Graham, I definitely pulled, I think, a lot. I'd love to ask him this, but he had this quote that mankind is a species with amnesia. And Velikovsky had a similar quote too, that we're an amnesic species, but also with trauma. So it's kind of probably just two great thinkers, very similar. They both had this idea that we both have amnesia. One was due to trauma. Both are maybe due to trauma. There's lots we could talk about. Maybe I would love to.
Be a genetic amnesia, then, would it?
Maybe. I don't know. Right? Velikovsky thought it was due to cataclysms, but
a DNA trauma.
Well, there would be a literal trauma. Yeah, that's what. Well, I think they both kind of argued that, but that there's a literal. Well, there's like no, it's not this. Well, it will be in our DNA, but a cultural trauma that, as a species, as like a culture of like human beings, we have a trauma. We're a traumatized species, and all of our stories represent that. And they both kind of have touched on that. But anyway, yeah. What if it did end in 2012 and this is a timeline shift in the simulation? The Mandela effect is residual examples of merged timelines. Who knows,
I have considered that so much.
Yeah.
With every one of these like big like kind of things, I have definitely thought of that because you kind of remember when we looked at that one guy that was talking about like time travel and whatnot that made that post on 4chan that we covered like weeks ago.
Oh yeah.
And it was that really like schizo like kind of post, and he was talking about how that effectively there was like what happens is that each time that like your timeline is fatalistic, but you can like shift between timelines and whatnot. I tell you, I've had that thought. I think I started to formulate some kind of semblance of that thought when I was 10.
Fuck.
I've been thinking about like stuff. I've been thinking about like that kind of concept, particularly since like around 2011. Because I remember I showed you that guy that said that he found through like numerology that in the Bible he found like for the date for the rapture, and it was like sometime in May in 2011.
Oh yeah.
And whatnot. Well, I remember I woke up that morning. I remember I saw the like really like extra early that morning, just like still half asleep. And I looked out the window. And I remember the sky was red, and I said to myself, I said, "Oh, geez, it's happening.
It's going down."
I wasn't awake enough that I like jumped out of bed. I just kind of went, "Oh, fuck, it's happening," and rolled back over, went to sleep. But I remember waking up for that moment. I remember thinking, it's like, well, what if I went to sleep? What if that version died? I'd just jump the timeline.
You'll never know, I guess.
You know,
It's a
so
problem.
consciously, like when you die, you jump to the timeline where you did live.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Like that's.
Here's what about this timeline? Golf said the other thing I want to do is lock GALENTV in the cage with plenty of food and water, and then sit in an armchair drinking beers and ask him about questions about giant birds. And can we cover Galen and birdseed?
Am I gonna be like one of them go-go dancers in the cage?
Oh, that'd be fucking hot, actually. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, see what kind of birds show up. Actually, fuck.
See the birds come down.
Cover the bird and see. cover your bird and bird seed. Fucking see what happens.
Oh, frick. There was oh, how old was this game?
Fuck.
I want to say this was around like 2012 or 2013.
Mm-hmm.
There was a Lord of the Rings game that came out for like the I think it was the Xbox 360.
Oh.
And it was kind of just like a hack. It was bad. But I remember a friend of mine had bought it, and very early on, what he could do is like after like very very early on, within like 10 minutes of gameplay, you get to like a part where like the eagles come in. And the eagles kind of like scare off like the remaining bad guys as you're fighting. They're going squawk, you know, making like bird sounds.
Yeah.
And then he looks majestic, kind of lets out like a big like eagle cry.
Oh my god.
And the cutscene. Then he goes down, and then he just looks at the player character and just goes, "Thank you for coming, heroes. Time is short. We must get," something like that. And it just like the voice just did not fit at all with what was going on. Holy fuck. The first time we saw that, we lost our shit. I can't remember what that game was called. But I'm sure, like, if we found a video clip of that, you'd find it on YouTube. Holy hell, we lost our shit the first time we saw that.
I love games that were poorly constructed like that. They were just amazing.
Yeah, it was just like poorly constructed. The voice was just so out of place. Anyway, it was just that's a scene with a giant bird that would come up. You get birds like that goddamn eagle come by and speak majestically. "Galen, you are stuck in this cage. Now is time we can inquire what your fear is with us giant birds."
Yeah.
Something like that.
Holy fuck. There'd be only one way. You must stick your bird through the cage covered in seed, and then I'll unlock the cage.
Man, that just like would be terrible.
Oh, remember that? Imagine a fucking bird picking the bird seed off.
You ever see that movie, The Wicker Man, with Nicolas Cage?
Oh yes.
I don't know if you've seen the movie, but you definitely have seen the scene with the bees.
Oh yes.
It'd be like even worse than that. Yeah. Not the birds! Not the birds!
Not the birds. Yeah. Holy, is that it there? Let's see. That's an older version of it, maybe. 1973. Yeah. Okay.
He's just screaming about not the bees.
Yeah. Oh
I think that one's from like late 2000s, maybe.
Yeah. Oh, this is shagged by a rare parrot. Look at that. It'll be far more violent than this if it was a giant eagle. Ow. It'd be fucking devastating.
God, he's got sharp claws.
He's getting a bit frisky.
Who the hell are you finding these videos of just like these birds attacking people?
Oh, it's Stephen Fry, for Christ's sake.
Possibly doing dirty things to people.
Oh my God.
Interspecies.
They didn't show Steven's lower half. I think his dick may have been out actually during this.
Oh my goodness.
Holy fuck.
That bird's just get nice and comfy. Look at that.
A rare parrot. He thinks you are.
Oh, he's cute. See, like, birds are cute from a distance, but my aunt used to have these, like, talking parrots. Oh, my fuck.
Yeah.
Like, they're the most vicious things. Like, they would, oh, holy fuck, he's fine. Oh, okay, it was professional. I thought it was Stephen Fry grabbing his neck like that. I was like, oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, they oh my, I got bit so many fucking times by them. They're vicious as fuck. Oh my God, yeah. Oh yeah, they're just nasty fucking things. Like, loud as fuck.
I actually have considered what it'd be like to have a falcon. You know, have the falcon glove and whatnot. And you have the little hood.
That'd be hot.
Say, Falcon.
Yeah.
Fetch me a vole.
You'd be worried about like attacking kids and shit, though. Yeah, that'd be the only fucking.
Yeah, well, that would just be it. You know, it's like effectively, you would take the little hood off, and it would just go attack whatever the first thing that it sees.
Fuck yeah. Bad. Anyway,
it'd be like a falconer.
You've got a parrot, don't you, Rabbit? Yeah, you've told me that. Yeah. She had 2 of them. I forget like what they, wasn't yours gray? You posted a picture before I have in your habit of your guy. She had 2 of them, and I forget what, there's like different like, you know, subspecies of the parrots, but oh my God, they're fucking nasty. She clipped their wings too, so they would just like hop around. But I remember, oh my God, that just fucking, I could not. I'm not a bird guy to begin with. Like, I just don't really vibe with birds or horses, or like, I like dogs or cats. I just like dogs. It's an African gray. You mentioned that. Yeah. Yeah. They sketch me out. They sketch me out.
I think they had, actually at the local vet that's around, well, I guess the one that's by the fire station around where we live. They actually, I remember when I was younger, they actually had, I think they had like 2 African gray parrots that were in that vet. They used to have like a couple cats that would be just kind of like hanging out there, and they had these 2 parrots. Somebody taught them some dirty words, so.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's the funniest fucking thing. Yeah,
somebody taught them some dirty words.
Oh yeah. That's the best part. Anyway, yeah. So Dan Burisch claims again, yeah, they get the 2012 meme, Project Looking Glass. For people that don't know, so his stuff was corroborative with Lazar's, which people were kind of suspicious of as well, where maybe he was just running on the coattails. So Bob had talked about this project at S4. He was given a brief rundown of other groups and what they were doing. And so one of the other, so he was dealing with propulsion. There was a material group. There was this other group that was called Project Looking Glass. And this is what he's talking about here, where they built a machine from 115 nickel, cadmium, barium, argon gas, and exotic matter. And they were peering into future and past timelines, allegedly limited time, distance travel. The reason they could do this, or some of the logic behind how they could do this, is that effectively the tech allows him to manipulate space-time gravity, but they were doing experiments. Bob was already doing experiments where within the kind of field of the generator, time functioned differently, slower than it did without, because it was creating its own kind of gravitational field. So they would put like a candle within the generator, and then you could see the flame of the candle like moving at a slower pace. And if you extrapolated that out in some way, he talked, well, maybe you could effectively peer backwards, I think is a bit more difficult, but forward through time. There's all kinds of crazy experiments that you could hypothetically do if you had that kind of power that supposedly they had there at S4, right? There's people doing experiments like this right now with lasers, actually. There's a physicist who is sending messages back in time, supposedly, to his past self. And what he's doing is he's anticipating that there may be a future self that's going to send him messages from the future. So he has this machine set up. And
that sounds just like that CERN thing that I remember reading a while ago.
Oh, really? This is an actual experiment that he's been doing. Now, I don't think he's got fuck all from what I recall reading through his, unless maybe there's been an update. I'd imagine if he actually got some kind of a message from the future, we'd all fucking hear about it, because it's a fairly well-known experiment, because it's pretty grounded. But whether it actually is going to work or not, I mean, that's the question. So
I remember reading this thing about CERN from years ago, from we'll say unfounded sources, but you can hazard a guess as where I might have found this.
Yeah.
They were talking about doing an experiment, that CERN was effectively doing an experiment that was almost exactly like what you described, except what they would do is that they set up an experiment, and they found a way that they were able to communicate with the future. Now, it wasn't like very, very much that they could really communicate with. It was only just like a little bit. They could only send like a little bit of data at a time, so it was really just kind of like essentially yes or no, is from what I understand from reading it.
Yeah.
But what they would do is they would set up like an experiment, and they would wait to see, like, they would send out kind of like I guess if you will, a feeler for it, and they would wait to see what the reply would be to say yes, this experiment was successful, or no, this wasn't successful. Right. So they were effectively able to like kind of shortcut what they were going to test.
Yeah.
and that supposedly there's some other dark things that were happening as a result of that, but it made me think of that when he said that a guy with lasers, he would send a message to himself in the past with it, and he was hoping that he would get something from the future, because that is like exactly what this fellow was talking about with CERN. That was from several years ago, if I recall correctly.
Message into the past with lasers. Just so I can get his name so people know. Me and Drunk Physics have talked about this before on here, where he had heard about the guy too. Ronald Millett, a theoretical physicist and professor at Moranis University of Connecticut, has developed theories suggesting that time travel to the past may be possible using circulating light beams or ring lasers. His concept is based on Einstein's general theory of relativity, proposing that a rotating laser could twist space-time, potentially creating closed time-like curves that allow for backward time travel. Millett's interest in time travel was sparked by a personal tragedy, the death of his father when Millett was 10 years old. This event motivated him to explore the possibility of altering time to revisit the past. He's developed theoretical equations and a prototype device to demonstrate the principles behind his ideas. His work has faced skepticism from other physicists. Critics argue that the energy requirements for such a time machine would be impractically large, and that theoretical foundations may contain unresolved issues. So, hypothetically here, if they had alien technology, a generator, like Bob Lazar had talked about at S4, it would be able to generate the energy necessary to do something like this, at least to some degree. So then they would be playing around with this tech through Project Looking Glass. And you could also, I think, turn it around and go forward as well. So there's, anyway, I thought I'd bring that up.
But I know Looking Glass was like a big deal, because you were effectively able to kind of like manipulate or like choose how you want things to go forward, based on that you have knowledge of what will happen, and then the power to change what will happen with that. I know later on in the interview that Burisch goes on about like they start talking about the if you kill your own grandfather, do you still exist?
Right.
Hypothetical. And that he said, I think he said he cited Michio Kaku as saying that supposedly you do still exist.
Well, because with string theory, I mean, there's this idea that you create another timeline effectively that you're never actually, and that's one of the constraints of going backwards in time, is that you theoretically could not go backwards within your own timeline.
Yeah, you're not really, you're kind of jumping to like a different timeline.
Another timeline, yeah. So you're creating a new divergent path, You're
still in the present, but the present of that timeline is just like, some number of years or minutes or hours behind what your timeline is. So what happens is that your reality is fixed, but there's like infinitely many realities, so it's the kind of like the perception is that you like make an impact, but it's not really like in, I guess, what you would call your, if you will, the alpha timeline, the original timeline.
Yeah, I always wonder.
You can make changes to the beta timeline.
Yeah, I do wonder about like what the actual mathematics say about going. I mean, we know time dilation is a thing, right? When you, especially out, when you're moving at very high speeds, it's absolutely going to be a thing. And we know of this, time dilations. I mean, time travel to the future is real, just not very exciting unless you're circling a black hole or riding a near light speed spaceship. Time travel to the past is where things are a little bit more interesting, extremely fragile. Closed time-like curves can exist in Einstein's equations. Objects like rotating black holes or cosmic strings can, in theory, loop space-time. Yeah, they acquire exotic matter with negative energy density, absurd energy levels, which is kind of like the generator Bob had talked about. Perfectly stable space-time. Reality of the quantum world is noisy and unstable,
Superman went back in time, though. He just reversed the rotation of the Earth to go back a day.
There you go. That's that fucking simple.
Well, there was the other meme. I remember hearing this when I was a kid. Was that you could go back in time. You just have to go back like a time zone faster than an hour. So you just have to go back another time zone, and eventually you'll end up where you are yesterday because you keep going backwards in time zones.
Yeah. Fuck.
Not quite how it works, but...
Well, I mean, the question is, how does it actually work? Like, could it be used as time machines if one mouth moves at relativistic speeds? but requires negative energy to stay open will collapse. This is a solution to his field equations, wormholes, essentially. Chronology protection, conjecture, Hawking. Nature prevents time paradoxes. Quantum fluctuations might destroy any attempt to create a chronology protection conjecture. This is kind of what you're referring to with Michio Kaku, about going through your own timeline. Quantum mechanics, many worlds, interpretations, avoids paradoxes. Go back, create a new timeline, right? No real mechanism known to jump timelines. It's metaphysics until we get a quantum gravity theory. So it's kind of in the realm of philosophical thinking, honestly. And that's kind of what it is. You're thinking about this philosophically. It's not like something that we actually mathematically know how to do, or can even really make sense of. Yeah,
it's like has to exist out of like necessity, I think, or that it's kind of like what metaphysics is. Is that this is like something just by like necessity it would have to exist, if I remember correctly. You're better versed in metaphysics than I am.
Well, that's one way of looking at it, I guess. Yeah.
I know the Higgs boson, I think, was like a metaphysical idea until it became till it was proven, I suppose.
All of quantum theory was, quantum physics was, right? I mean, you go back to even, and we're looking now. I mean, it's funny. I don't know who it was that first proposed it, but it was a philosopher, I believe. But even you look at Plato's, like Platonism, right? The Platonic view of the world in reality, right? Of the realm of the forms and whatnot. And you look where we're going with simulation theory now. I mean, if that turns out to be true in the end, it's like, my God, again, it's like, and then you get back, it's kind of full circle. It's like, well, how did anybody even, conjure up this idea of this? And then it kind of goes full circle in that. It's like, well,
kind of like comes down to like how one defines what a simulation is.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it's just an analogy for us to kind of understand what's going on. But effectively, something that's created somewhere else that we're interfacing and having experience in. Yeah. But
I never liked the phrase simulation for it, because that kind of implies like a purely like I guess generated like what's the word I want to say? I guess it kind of what's the line of thought that like only you exist and that effectively everyone else is just kind of like a
player
figment of your brain. No, there's a word for it. I can't remember what it is.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah.
It's like
I mean,
sophism or sophism or something. I can't remember.
Yeah, sophism, I think is what it was. Yeah.
Yeah, it's something like, I can't remember what it is off the top of my head, but it's like something like that. I guess like that was what that other guy was getting into about the time travel, was that effectively it's true, but what happens is that it's like infinite. Everybody is like subject to their own reality, and then everyone's living inside their own reality.
Within the simulation theory framework, to some degree, that's actually true. I think with like when you look at like Tom Campbell's metaphysics and how he suggests things are laid out, that, but there's some interconnectivity there. It's complicated, and to be completely honest, like these are all just ideas, and these guys, no one really understands how the framework actually works. Like Tom, he's a physicist, for people that don't know, who's thought about this stuff very philosophically, and he used a World of Warcraft analogy, right, for simulation theory and how things might work, but no one actually has any fucking idea, right? At the end of the day, we're using our brain to reason through all of this, and it's kind of within the confines of, well, to some degree, it might not literally be just our brain. We could be sifting and filtering these ideas through the brain, but we're using our brain to kind of reason through logically how this makes sense, and it's within the confines of this reality, and so then by definition, we're not really going to be able to wrap our heads around what's outside of this reality to some degree. We might be able to get like some kind of an idea, but if we can actually put it through our brain and put it into language, good luck. I don't think it's going to be something that we can actually communicate. Even something we can imagine to some degree, I think people are going to struggle to try and understand like what the fuck's going on. If this turns out to be true and that's what's going on. But anyway, yeah, it is a solipsism, however you say it.
Solipsism.
Yeah, however you pronounce it. Yeah, it's a philosophical idea that only one's mind is sure to exist. The epistemological position, solipsism holds that knowledge of anything outside of one's mind is unsure. The external world and other minds cannot be known and might not exist outside the mind. It's.
That was kind of the thought, the thing the guy was talking about with the the other guy, the anonymous poster with respect to like time travel, was that given that this exists, or that this is how things are, as solipsism, but what happens is that everybody is like subjectively experiencing their own like a reality that is subject to themselves, and there's like infinitely many, because each one of those realities would have like a reality with like infinitely many like outcomes with it, and the idea that you just like kind of jump between timelines as opposed to like truly like go forward or backwards.
It's metaphysical solipsism too that we're referring to more specifically. But
check this out though, this is not necessarily just without going too complicated, let's go to something that we do understand. Dan Burisch has a description of a little bit of the appearance of the of the J-rods here. So he did describe them as that, but one of the questions that he was asked in this interview was that how they excrete. And he said they excrete in the same manner that we excrete. And then he went on to explain their genitalia. Quote, their external genitalia are different than ours. The females have somewhat like vulva, but they have a clasper situation, whereas the males has a male clasper. And then the female clasper kind of looks like a disc. Now, we've seen a picture of that. I know we've seen a picture of that somewhere, but I can't remember where it was.
Wait, what? Sorry, explain it again. Like, what? The males have...
I want to say it was that Blue Planet Project book, but I can't remember. But we've seen like a picture where they effectively talked about their genitalia, and it just kind of looked like it was like... it effectively looked like the two parts kind of like screwed together. Like kind of like a kitchen appliance if you're putting like a blender together or something, I guess.
What the fuck? Wait, what? Like their dick looks like a blender.
Yeah, well, no, it looks like a mechanism that would like kind of screw it. I know I've seen the picture somewhere, and I can't remember just where. Let me see if because I got rid of a bunch of the bookmarks that we had. Maybe I'll see if I can find it in Blue Planet Project.
Jesus Christ, this is like a fucking unbelievable portrait of J-Rod here. I don't know if ChatGPT is using new art generation or what, but like, oh my God, it even did the name. What the fuck? Look at that. That's worthy of like a fucking... I'd put that on my goddamn wall. I don't know how mad and misery feel about this. I'd blow that up, put that on the fucking wall. There's fucking J-Rod right there. That's unbelievably detailed. Holy shit, I'll post that in the Discord just for a fucking meme, you know? Fucking J-Rod. Wow, God fucking damn it. Yeah, J-Rod. That's unreal. Now draw J-Rod attacking Dan. That's unreal. I'll just post this. I remember to keep this in some place, some safe place. Wow. Fucking hell. Oh, I see Digi's posted images of his trip. This is beautiful. I didn't even see that.
Where was he going on his trip?
It's, well, I don't know if I should even say, actually. I guess he's kind of doxing himself anywhere where he is, but maybe not for the internet, but yeah. Holy shit, that's crazy. Did you see that picture of J-Rod? Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw it.
Did you see it? It literally got that's a big deal for it to actually get the letters correct, too. It struggled to do this before. It would not be able to do this. This is J-Rod attacking Dan Burisch. Just disemboweling him. Crazy shit. Anyway, yeah, it's fucking crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yes. Now we know, I do think personally, like there's some stories that we've run across that I definitely think have more value than others. And the EBO scientist on Reddit to me was very interesting. That one was very intriguing because he went very in depth, and there were other people that had a background in biology commenting about like, okay, well, this technically kind of makes sense, as to like how they excrete through their skin. And what's really interesting, and I don't know if he really even connected this in the post, I don't know if he did, was that this is a common, this has been referenced by dozens, if not hundreds of people supposedly have been abducted, where they get this really weird, disgusting smell Beyond, thank you. Oh my heavens, rating party 1. Welcome, Beyond.
Beyond the Shadow.
Beyond the Shadow. I didn't know you had a podcast. Yeah. Listen, Beyond,
they've been coming by a couple times.
Have you been around, man? Yeah.
I think they talk about cryptids.
Oh, do you? Listen, man, you want to come in and hang out sometime and have a conversation? Come on down. Yeah. Hello, man. What's up?
If it's the guy that I'm thinking of.
Yeah. Welcome back. Yeah. Oh, that's actually really great.
Oh, smokes! Now there's a picture.
More violent.
Yeah. Well, supposedly that happened. That happened where the J-Rod supposedly reached out and grabbed the I think it was Dan Burisch, and that was really? Like kind of like a plea or like a cry for like help, if you will, as he gets into the details of his story. I tried looking for it. I can't find the picture, and then I was about to Google J-Rod genitals, and I thought I need to stop.
No, please. I could ask ChatGPT, but I don't think it's going to do it. Actually,
no. It's I know I've seen it. I know somebody's drawn a picture of it somewhere, and I mean for like Project Blue Book. I'm not talking about no alien pornography or anything.
Yeah, this is like a very detailed like. Anyway, we don't need to get too in depth as to what J-Rod's fucking dick and balls look like, but
we don't need to worry about that.
Yeah. Oh my! The art is stepped up a notch here. This is unbelievable. Wow. There's a full-blown fucking fight here. Yeah. Birds of a feather, brother. Absolutely. Listen, we got to stick together here. All the schizo Twitch streamers need to start getting into a community together. Yeah. Some might say porn. Yeah. Oh my God. Okay. So it's a bit more violent. Look how what's crazy is it maintained the same art style.
Yeah.
Between it. Okay. Next, this is just what happened. We'll just keep going through scenes here and get it to generate the next scene. More fighting. More fighting. Not many paranormal streamers out here. Glad to find you. Hey, man. Yeah, absolutely. Listen, we have philosophical conversation on this kind of stuff. Maybe is how we put this. But okay, do it. Do it. I'd say just fucking do it. I don't need to stop asking so many fucking questions. Just do it. Yeah. Well, very intriguing. So, I mean, for the most part, J-Rod. So, what's your honest take of GALENTV as you watched through the conversation and did the research on it? I mean, we'll continue to kind of dig into this, but so you kind of already reiterated this a second ago.
Yeah, my gut reaction is that why would he make it up? I mean, he doesn't seem like he's somebody that's trying to, I guess, be deceptive for the sake of being deceptive.
Yeah.
But the other part of it too would be, it does seem just a little fantastical. Because one of the things he does, as I remember you saying, he does like kind of put himself at the center of the story.
Yes, that is always a red flag for me. Usually when. Yeah. But
there's a lot of elements that he doesn't put himself in the center of the story. It was more of like the, I think it was like the rescue mission part, if you will. During the interview, he doesn't really feel like he puts himself in the center of the story, but like I know other people talking about him do. Now there was another, video that I was listening that I tried to listen to. Of like another guy at a MUFON convention that was trying to talk about Dan Burisch, and he spent the first 15 minutes talking about 9/11, and
Jesus Christ,
he spent the next like 5 minutes or so talking about Building 7 and how that it was a controlled demolition and whatnot, and then I can't remember what I was doing. I just lost interest at that point. I just said I can't anymore.
Jesus Christ!
But it was more of that. He started to go on about, he started the thing saying, this is not UFO 101, this is graduate studies UFO 101. So you need to know things before we get to it, you know. You need to be familiar with the Roswell case and whatnot. And then he just started talking about 9/11. You go like, well, and I think his like reasoning for it was that their 9/11 had something to do with extraterrestrial interference. But I didn't get far enough to let him get that far. I closed that video. Is that I had enough.
Yeah, I mean, there was the other guy. I forget what his name was. Who was the other? military guy who...
Bill Uhal?
Is that who it was? Yeah.
Bill Uhos.
He said he worked, with J-Rod. So there was another claim on top of Dan that this alien existed. Yeah.
Dan was the second one. Bill Uhos was the first one.
Oh, sorry. He was the first. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Dan is the second one.
Okay. So Dan is also riding off of Bob's claims, too. Now, I don't think that Bill Uhos ever mentioned S4, though, is the thing. So another individual who claimed to work with the extraterrestrial is Bill Uhos. Mechanical engineer asserted that he collaborated with J-Rod, whom he described as a telepathic translator during his tenure at secretive facility, often associated with Area 51. So he was kind of working on a spinning disc-like aircraft, allegedly reverse engineered from extraterrestrial technology. Interesting. Was it S4? I don't think it was. Or at least maybe it didn't say.
There's not a lot there. It was just that video, like it brought up the video of him there. And it's just him going like, yeah, we worked with J-Rod there, and he was an alien from outer space, and you know, we had to build the saucers he gave us, and communicate with him telepathically, and I gotta say, it was wild stuff, man. You know, that's pretty much what he was going on about the entire time.
Did he say S4? Okay, what year was this?
I think it looked like it was from the 80s.
No. What year did this happen?
Based on the video quality, I would suspect 80s.
So
also based on the mannerism of how he spoke.
He went public in the late 1990s.
I was talking about Bill Uhos.
This is Uhos, late 1990s.
Really?
Dan Burisch said he started working at S4 in the early 1990s, with direct interaction with J-Rod in 94. So Uhos was working with J-Rod in the 50s and the 60s. He went public in the late 90s. So he went public before Dan. And then Dan's...
he was before Dan.
Yeah, okay. Interesting, okay. So, I mean, both of them come after Bob Lazar is the thing, I think. Because I remember people saying that Bob was like the first person to talk officially about S4. And there were other people who came out after. And it said they also worked at S4. No one had ever talked about S4 other than Bob Lazar before that point. Yeah.
Man, somebody tells a story, like one of your friends tells a story, and you're just like, oh, wow. And then another friend comes forward and says, yeah, I was there actually, like, after that happened, this happened. You go like, oh, geez, wow, okay, now I believe the story. In the UFO field, one person comes forward and says, yeah, I worked at S4. Wow, he's telling the truth. Someone else comes forward. I also worked at S4. Man, you're such a liar. I can't get out of here with that. You're just riding off the coattails of this other guy that worked at S4. This is like the only field that happens in.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure this is Bob Lazar, in 1989. And, but he went public in, I think, 1990, didn't he? I think that's when he went public.
I think it was in the late 80s.
It was 89, wasn't it? Okay, yeah. But that's when he was anonymous. Okay, yeah.
He did the first one as Dennis.
Yes.
He used the pseudonym Dennis, or the alter ego, or whatever, pseudonym. And then he went public as Bob, and then he used his real name, his real identity.
Yeah, mentioned Zeta Reticuli aliens, which I wasn't alive then, but I know people in ufology perked up when they heard his story, not just for the claim that he reverse engineered alien craft, but it was where they were from, which is where people perked up. Because for people that don't know or don't remember, Zeta Reticuli was the place of origin for the aliens that supposedly abducted Betty and Barney Hill. And it wasn't stated explicitly that they were from that star system. It was only figured out a couple years after the incident that Betty, essentially what had happened, people that don't know, many people you probably do know, but Betty and Barney got picked up. They went afterwards. They ended up working with a fairly accredited psychiatrist, I think, at Harvard, who regressed them through the encounter. And Betty got to the point working with this psychiatrist, this therapist, where she remembered the last conversation that they had. And the last conversation that they had, right before they let her go was because they were going to let her take this book with her. And so in the end, right when they were letting her go, they decided, no, you can't have any proof of this. But what they did give her was this image. They pulled down a thing and they showed where they were from. So they gave her a star map of where they were from and where kind of their trading points were. And so she remembered that roughly remembered it in the hypnosis session. It stuck out in her mind. And so she sketched out a recreation of this star map. And I don't know if I think we had discovered it. I think we had a name for it, obviously. But she was a school teacher. I forget what her name was. Here, we'll ask her right now. Who was the school teacher that figured out Betty Hill's star map?
Was it a school teacher?
Yeah, I believe she was.
Oh, smokes.
Marjorie Fish, a school teacher and amateur astronomer from Ohio. In the late 1960s, Fish read about Betty Hill's star map, which Betty claimed was shown to her during abduction by extraterrestrials in 1961. The map was later drawn under hypnosis by Betty. Fish built 3D models of nearby star systems using beads and strings to represent stars in 3D space. She identified the map as showing the Zeta Reticuli star system as the alien's home base. Her identification gave the Hill case credibility among UFO researchers. It linked beings to a real nearby star system, 39 light years away. Later, astronomers criticized the model as being outdated and too speculative, but still cemented Zeta Reticuli as the go-to origin in alien lore for J-Rod Bob Lazar. So this is where the Bob Lazar story became more interesting, because the little gray aliens had picked up Betty and Barney Hill and supposedly were from Zeta Reticuli, and then Bob Lazar saw documents that the military had stating that the beings were from Zeta Reticuli. So yeah, and sorry, you're right, Shai. Dennis was Bob's superior.
Yep.
It was, what was his, was that the name that he used too, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was the name.
Yes.
He used it as like, he said it was
cover.
kind of like a joke at the time, but he used it as like a cover because I was a superior, and his superior called him after that and just said, "Do you know what you just did here?"
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so that was why he chose the name Dennis, is because it was his supervisor.
Interesting. The star system was in reverse and would only have been correct if viewing it from a remote location with Earth in front. Is that correct, Aaron? Interesting. Okay. Is that true? Any other interesting anomalies? Oh, fuck, I'm not going to correct it. With the star map. I thought there was something weird about it, though, too. I don't know if that's what it was. Yeah, 2 sun-like stars. Okay. Why aren't we listening more closely to Zeta Reticuli? Most trade route stars are sun-like. Betty's map showed trade routes between stars. Fish found that most of the linked stars are spectral class, potentially habitable zones. The unlinked stars not sun-like. One star wasn't known yet. One of the stars in the map, Gliese 86, wasn't cataloged when Betty drew it. It was later found to have a Jupiter-sized exoplanet. Critics call it a coincidence. Proponents call it a predictive. That's a fucking hell of a coincidence, considering I think that's what it was. The map is not Earth-centric, which is what you just said, Aaron. Yeah, it's from an off-Earth perspective, roughly 20 light years out. From a school teacher using 3D beads in the 1970s, it's a hell of a leap. Either Betty had a photographic memory of a 5D geometry lesson, or she saw something. Binary star bias. Several stars in the map are binary. Right, interesting. Official's model matched too well. The star distances, alignments, connections matched too well to be random according to Fish's model. Carl Sagan and others were skeptical, noting that a subjective match can be forced with enough cherry picking. Interesting. I mean, so crazy. So the other perspective anomaly is interesting. This is incredibly intriguing about Gliese 86, where it wasn't cataloged when she drew it. I think that's what I remember hearing from Stanton Friedman. He brought that up, if I can recall correct, because he was a huge proponent. He didn't really talk about a lot of abductees and shit. He stayed away from that stuff.
Yeah,
but
he was big in Betty and Barney Hill.
He was big with Betty and Barney Hill because he knew Betty. He may have even met Barney too when he was alive. I can't remember. He was involved with them, I think, back in the 1960s. Like, he was on the case not long after it happened.
Well, he, I think it was with Betty's daughter that they they went back and they looked at like the hypnosis regression like tapes that they had.
Yeah.
And they're looking at the recounts of them, and one of the claims was that the Betty and Barney Hill were just like misremembering it or something, that it was just like they just had like a trip to the grocery store or something, because they were crushing that bit during that, because after the end of each of those tapes, Stanton would just be like, just your typical trip to the grocery store, nothing to see here.
Yeah, just typical trip to the grocery store. The fucking cope for people trying to claim that. I mean, I just, like, fucking Barney Hill died like in his early 40s or something. Mid 40s, like it destroyed his life, the encounter. Supposedly he had recurring nightmares after that point onwards. Like it was not a joke. Like they worked with a very accredited psychiatrist or psychologist, I forget who it was, but they he at first wasn't convinced something had happened, but over time he began to become convinced that something happened to them, but was reluctant to get into, well, was it actually alien, right? But anyway, yeah, they have a very intriguing encounter. That part about the Gliese 86 is just fucking crazy. I mean, proponents call it predictive. I mean, that's a fucking hell of a. See, that's the kind of, now when they say coincidence there, I mean, you have to factor in like the context, where the context here is that aliens showed her this map. Now, is it just a coincidence? That's I don't know. That sounds like a bit of a reach. That's coincidence. She has a fantastical claim. No one believes her. All she has to back it up is this regression therapy. She brings back a fucking map. It turns out to be a real place. And then she actually is able to get some kind of predictive power within it. And they just attribute it to coincidence. I mean, that's just, it's cope. That's a fucking cope. Yeah, calculate the probability. That's a good idea. And yeah.
I don't know if you could just calculate
it would be hard, yeah.
Per se. Because you would have to say like what any particular given chance of like just randomly assorting like I guess you would say where the stars would be on like a map that ends up being that. And effectively there's like infinitely number of places you could put it, and only one of them would be successful, so that's like very, very, very small.
Well, but but you want to know is like how specific were they in this? So it was Marjorie Taylor that really honed this in. So let's hear it. The probability that any random star within 50 light years is a known planet is roughly 29.3%. Given the Betty's Hill map includes 15 stars, the chance that at least one of them would randomly turn out to have a confirmed planet like Gliese 86 is about 99.45%. Yeah, interesting. While it feels impressive that Gliese 86 was identified before it was discovered to host a planet, statistically it's not that improbable. You're almost guaranteed to hit at least one planet hosting star when choosing 15 nearby sun-like stars. One of the Titan parameters to factor it in. Yeah,
it's over.
So planet type.
It's over. Stan was wrong.
It was wrong. You think? Year of planet's discovery, post-map, observational bias. That would make the coincidence more or less remarkable depending on how specific the hit was. Well, this is what we would need to, but yeah, keep going. Like anyway, interesting. Yeah.
Oh, it's over. We got. Now, is that 99.45% likely that it was a coincidence, or that it was improbable, or that it wasn't going to happen? I guess I have to look back at them.
I think it's giving it high odds, and it would turn out that you would hit something. So if it was 0.1, if it was 1%, then it would be yeah.
It's so over. It's over now. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know.
Well, yeah, at the end of the day, this isn't enough to really convince people. I mean, you need harder data. It's not surprising, is what they're saying, yeah. Chance it had a planet, 29%. That's still decent, not a lottery win, but nothing either. But not nothing either, yeah. Interesting. Well, so it's actually, 29% be the chances. Anyway, it's still an interesting story.
Now, did you tell it to use Wolfram Alpha to calculate it?
No.
Because we know ChatGPT's computations are terrible.
Can I get it to do that? To use TS
Yep.
Wolfram Alpha?
You say use Wolfram Alpha. You'd have to probably use like the site link.
Yeah. It's among that using statistical methods, the likelihood that at least one of the 15 stars hit an exoplanet is 95%. Given the prevalence rate, the probability of the randomly selected star as an exoplanet is approximately 22%. so 22. He did use it there. So it used 22% of sun-like stars harbor Earth-sized planets.
All right, I guess it was pretty close, but it wasn't exact.
No, yeah, not quite exact, but anyway. Still interesting. Anyway, we're off on talking about fucking Benny Birdie Hill now, but I mean, obviously it's...
Well, I mean, honestly, we've covered a lot of the highlights with Dan Burisch already.
Yeah.
The only thing I could think of was that was like a little bit different was like the time travel stuff that he gets on about, and that 2012 was like a big deal. He talks a little bit about stargates, but those are effectively like wormholes, like fixated wormholes, I guess.
Yeah.
And I think it would be good for you to cover like on your own that interview, just to kind of like react to it. It is long, but I think you could get more out of just like making a judgment for yourself than just me going over it here. Like, we've pretty much covered most of the stuff that I can think of off the top of my head. A lot of it I remember thinking, like, listening, and just kind of go like, yeah, okay, yeah, sure. There were a couple things I remember him saying, or a couple things that he said that I remember my reaction. I couldn't tell you what they were, but I remember my reaction was like, what? Well, hang on now, what? You know? But, generally, like, I didn't get the impression he was trying to deceive me, but, I mean... You know, of course, my mentality is always, now why would he just make this up, you know, when there could be any number of reasons he could actually have made it up.
Fame, money, get the bitches, whatever the fuck, you know, which is what Bob did, I guess, right? So, yeah.
A little, like, short summary that he has on him is that he was a senior operative or scientist responsible for the responsible first to the Committee of the Majority and the Majestic 12 from 1986 to 2003, then only to Majestic 12 in 2003-2005, before it was adjourned on October 12th, 2005. And then during 1991, the Gulf War, he was assigned to a Black Ops unit and was deployed into International Coalition Zone of Operations for the purpose of counteracting rogue military's unit's intended application of unauthorized biological warfare agents against the Iraqi army. There was something else he talked about too, with using like bioweapons, or like effectively using like viruses as I think that was him. That was also a little bit interesting. I have
a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, the other source of that we go to, you know, Bibliotheca Pleiades, so they have like a little thing on him, on him here that was just used just as kind of like a summary of what was going on with him. But he talks a lot about that was really one of the big things I remember taking away. It's not a J-Rod; he calls them the J-Rods. And that there was like a group of like aliens that identified as that, and that was more of just like the human identification for it, or the human word for what they were actually called. I don't know, but he talked in that he worked at S4, and that he had become. Oh, I guess they did have a DVD of it. Oh, maybe he was in this for fame.
Yeah,
maybe they had a DVD of it.
He made money. He made the money. Fuck yeah. The whole 2012 meme was, Anyway.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Anyway,
no, I just wanted to say that anybody back 2012 was one of those things that a lot of people just got on the bandwagon for a million different fucking reasons, because it was like a hype thing to talk about, because it had been hyped by people like Graham and others. And so anybody who had their own take on 2012 was always a little bit sauce too. That's how I looked at him. That anybody that brought up 2012, I was kind of like, oh my fucking God. Like, you know, it's this other person kind of claiming something's going to happen. Now, this was completely unrelated to the Mayan long count calendar, technically. Although he may have tied it in somehow. I can't recall.
No.
But
liked something to here. So Project Aquarius was the actual project that they used to interact with, or was the name of the project? No, that's not the way that I want to say it. It was a name given to the study of the J-Rod and the information learned from this. That's what the word was for it. So the Project Aquarius, and I guess there's a book on it.
This is Bob here. This is Lazar.
So they got Bob. They got Dan. They have the aliens from that Area 51 video. Fuck. Remember where they have the alien just all in like the dark room and whatnot, and everybody's calling it pup. Yeah, they got that.
Yeah.
They got a little layout of something here, of some of the facility, I guess. A little layout of it. Some other stuff. I guess that's according to Dan. The officer reported to was Vice Admiral J.M. McConnell, who was recently the director of the NSA. He's now retired into civilian life.
Interesting.
And they have another document for it that they have there. There's letters to USAF Major retired Tom Mack to Robert Collins. And some other stuff. What's this? Project Starflower. Once dubbed Lotus. Project deals with the original seeding of Earth that started all life forms.
Oh, God.
Or started all forms of life. Panspermia holds that life on Earth was seeded from space, and that life's evolution to higher forms depends on genetic programs that come from space. Just another part of it. Anyway, and then there's a bunch of stuff in there, So that's kind of the
dear God,
I guess specifics of the J-Rod.
Dear God,
the very specifics of it, but we kind of covered a lot of the highlights anyway.
I remember Nelson Mandela being announced as dead on the news in the 80s. He allegedly died in prison. Interesting. Probably the same channel was also announced WT7 and collapsed 20 minutes before it actually collapsed.
That was the origin for the that's where the name the Mandela effect came from, I guess.
Yes, yeah.
Was that a lot of people remember hearing about Nelson Mandela dying long before he actually did die. So people, and that's usually the proof that people use for it, is they cite like certain celebrity deaths occurring on a different date, or a celebrity they said they remember hearing that they died when in fact they were still alive. But Mandela effect would be kind of that's kind of that's always a nice funny one to drop it whenever you're in a social setting. You just use Mandela effect if somebody misremembers something, and then that one person laughs because they know what it is, and you're just like, holy shit, somebody knows what that is.
Shit. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think everybody has their remembrance of it. Like the Bernstein Bears was one that I remembered.
The Berenstein Bears.
The Mandela effect. There's a couple other popular ones that people talk about. But...
Fruit of the Loom.
Fruit of the Loom? Or Fruit of Loom?
Yep. Fruit of Loom or Fruit of the Loom. I can't remember.
What's the meme? Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Bernstein Bears.
Just the Bernstein Bears, or spelling was two different things. There's Steen and Stain.
Yeah. There was, this is Buddy who did Shazam or whatever, that there was some kind of fucking, this guy was like in some movie. That was another one. It's interesting though, isn't it? Yeah. Chuck Most up to pop culture and misremembering personally. Yeah, that's how I think. That's how I think that's the consensus. Yeah, the consensus is usually around that.
It's just perhaps a faulty memory. But that's a scary thing, though, is to say, like, if you can't trust like a memory, then like, can you trust any memories if you can't trust one of them?
Yeah.
How does the faulty memory take form? I guess is another one too.
Yeah, I mean, I had read them too. Actually, I remember reading them as well. And they now I don't even remember either. Like I don't fucking remember, like misremembering and whatnot. Yeah. Ted Newhouse checks for publishing clearinghouse is another one. Okay. Yeah. Interesting shit. Very interesting. Yeah. I don't fucking know. Is it somebody fucking with our timeline? I mean, who knows, right? Like, I mean, we probably would chalk it up to misrememberings, but at the end of the day, I mean, there could be shit like that happening all the time, and we just have no fucking idea. I mean, not to like further push the conspiracy. But really, I mean, we wouldn't know if someone is involved in manipulating things in the past, or, I mean, you just kind of go, it sounds more unlikely than not, so you probably would say no, but yeah.
I got another link for you. This is a list of the disclosure informers. Now, this page is from, likely hasn't been updated since like 2003 or 2004.
The OG.
Yeah, so these are the OG. So
yeah.
you got the 3 classifications: the whistleblowers, the civilian witnesses, and the unconfirmed witnesses.
Right.
Look who number 1 on the whistleblowers is.
Jesus Christ!
You read that name out loud.
William Cooper. Yeah.
What did William Cooper do?
He got in a shootout with the police and died.
That's exactly what happened.
the end of a true schizo is you go down in a blaze of glory with the police, I guess.
Well, he had his book "Behold a Pale Horse," or "Behold a Pale Horse." I can't remember which one it is.
Well, he had his radio show.
He had his radio show called "The Hour of the Time."
Yeah.
If you're looking for a chuckle, you could look up videos of people prank calling his show, and then him responding to the prank callers.
Oh, he was a nut. I mean, in the end, his paranoia is what literally got him killed. But I think he was an absolute fucking nut, in my opinion. Yeah. George Knapp thought that too. I mean, that was George Knapp had the similar sentiments on Dan Burisch too, and a couple other people who come out. Usually George just did fairly good journalism, I thought. Although, in hindsight, you could look at some of Bob's story that should have checked out and didn't, which is interesting. But anyway, he thought Bill Cooper was absolutely fucking insane. Yeah, and he was insane. Yeah.
Well, he just listened to people prank calling the show, and he'd just be like, "Oh yeah, you're just a low globalist, aren't you? Lies in your parents' basement calling my show, aren't you?"
You can just trigger him so easily. Just a fucking idiot, man. Yeah. A few years ago, most of his radio episodes are still on YouTube as a playlist. I was listening in 2019. I wonder if they're still out. Oh my god, yeah.
They're likely still there.
It's one of those classic schizo books, which I never read and I never really will read. But anyway, he's.
It sounds like something you should do for the stream. You have a story time, an hour once a week, where you read excerpts from his book. Or you just read his book on the stream.
There's a better one, The 12th Planet. That's a better out there text to read than fucking Field of Pale Horse.
Zachariah Sitchin.
I mean, Sitchin would be better to read. I think it's from the 76, so it probably wouldn't be a copyright law in place anymore on it, would it? How long would they last for? You could probably read it all on stream. It wouldn't be very interesting, would be the only thing.
I don't remember how much. You would have to check that. It kind of depends on the copyright. Like some of them last they
may have renewed it.
Years.
Oh, okay.
For instance, the lot in that the video game company Blizzard Entertainment, or I guess Activision Blizzard now, that they purchased for their company, they bought it for $1 on like a 100-year lease or something. And that would have been years ago, I guess. Anyway, let's see who else is on this list of whistleblowers. You got Philip Corso, Lieutenant Colonel Philip Corso, Richard Doty, Charles Hall, Clark McClellan, and Don Phillips, Dan Sherman, Cliff Stone, Charles Suggs Sr., and Bill Uhouse. Oh, Bill Uhouse is on this.
Yeah,
those are the whistleblowers. Are those credible guys?
Well, we know Bill Uhouse. Some of them I'm not familiar with, honestly. Like Dan Sherman, Don Phillips. Oh, Don Phillips, in the following passage, he refers to secret documents in a film that describe a meeting between President Eisenhower and extraterrestrials. This is a Grata Treaty guy. He was an aerospace engineer with Lockheed Martin. He'd worked directly on advanced aerospace projects, witnessed events and documents confirming the same. Some of these projects are based on ET technologies. Yeah, we have records from 1954 that there were meetings between our leaders of this country and ETs here in California. And as I understand it from written documentation, we were asked if we would allow them to be here and do research. I have read that our reply was, well, how can we stop you? You were so advanced. And I will say by this camera and this sound that it was President Eisenhower that had this meeting. Testimony, Don Phillips, disclosure, Stephen Greer, 2001. Interesting, yeah. And it's funny because
there's your guy.
Well, I don't, yeah. It was, what's his fucking name? Oh my God. Eric Davis, who's a physicist that works with Hal Puthoff, who is one of the guys involved in the Wilson Davis memo, which is a very famous memo talking about back engineering programs. He had stated that just recently. Oh my Jesus. That there are documents out there essentially proving that there was some kind of an encounter that had happened. Now, it wasn't called the Greada Treaty, but it was supposedly a real deal. Oh, here's all the people there. Some of these guys, and for people that never watched this would be another good episode to just watch the whole fucking thing again, which I guess is literally, here's a clip of it here. But a couple of these people, there's a link to the full thing, died suspiciously, actually. One of the guys, I think he was one of the guys that was involved with NASA. Not too long after this, a couple of years, someone ran into him on his bicycle and killed him.
Ooh.
So I don't know if it's like a John Mack situation where it was an actual like accident, but a little bit sus. A little bit fucking sus, honestly. A little bit sus, yeah. Yeah. Oh, here, recopyright. Happy Birthday was actually under copyright protection until quite recently. For decades, the movies had to pay royalties if anyone was singing that song. Well, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Wave, that's fucking crazy.
Maybe that's why they sang it to me at the gym.
Did they pay the copyright? Did they get authorization to do that?
I guess they didn't have to.
They didn't have to, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
God damn it. Very interesting. Yeah. Anyway, we're not gonna watch the whole fucking thing, but yeah, intriguing. Huh? Yeah.
What about these civilian witnesses? Is Paul Benowitz credible?
Who's he now? Electronic communication specialist. In 1980, he relayed the results of his electronic interception Air Force to special investigations, which allegedly attempted to discredit him by compromising his data. His Project Beta report, he refers to an incident involving a firefight in the underground facility between military personnel and extraterrestrials. Sounds like Phil Schneider. Important to note that the onset, the outset, the aliens is devious, employs deception, and have no intent of any apparent peacemaking process. And it obviously does not adhere to any prior arrangement. It is not the intent of the support to criticize or point fingers. Interesting. Obviously, whoever made the initial agreement was operating on the basis of logic and not that of the alien. And so doing so apparently walked innocently into a trap. The alien indicated that the Greys, apparently the group initially involved, were still upset about the initial capture and subsequent death of the first 8 of their co-fellows. I'm not super familiar with him either. I need to look at a picture of him to see.
Well, next we have your guy Bob Laser.
Oh, well, Bob. Yeah, Bob is
next one.
I know. I know Bob's story. Yeah.
I like the list of unconfirmed witnesses, though. These are the unconfirmed. We have Thomas Costello.
I know who he is.
Thomas Costello.
Yes.
He was the guy. He was an alleged security officer at Secret Joint U.S. Extraterrestrial Base at Dulce, New Mexico. So he's the guy who was responsible for all the Dulce base information.
Yeah.
We have Dan Burisch. So we just read about him. Michael Wolff. I don't know who. Do you know who Michael Wolff is? I don't know who Michael Wolff is.
I don't know if I do. No, I don't, actually. I don't. I'd have to look up a picture of him. I honestly do not know who he is either now.
And then to cap this list off, we've got none other than Phil Schneider.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, Phil references the same, so there've been a couple people, and I knew this. It's just remembering all their names is a difficult part and keeping track of all of them. But now I don't think there's anybody that's actually come forward and stated that the actual document is called the Greada Treaty, but that's what it's been referred to as. Phil called it that. But, anyway. supposedly, and there was a big deal about Eric Davis stating that recently, that there is some documentation pointing towards there being some kind of interaction, which is fucking crazy. I mean, when you think about it, yeah. Circumvent the Constitution of the United States and form a treaty with the alien entities. It was called the Greater Treaty. Made the agreement with the aliens involved could take a few cows and test their implanting techniques on human beings, but that they had to give details about the people involved. So, and then they stopped doing that, and then all hell broke loose. Anyway, yeah. According to Phil. So, and Phil, now again, we've done an episode on Phil before. We've talked about Phil quite a bit. Phil is in ufology, for people that don't know, one of those classic fucking stories you run into on YouTube where, you know, he is a crazy account. He is a crazy fucking story. It's an absolutely insane story. And he has his mangled hand as proof, although some people think he lost it in a lawnmower accident. Which might make more sense.
When you told me that, because I tell you, I was ready to buy like all in on Phil Schneider, and then you told me that I guess like his buddy said that he lost his fingers in a lawnmower accident.
There were some people that had put that forward that he was. And now I don't know if it's ever been confirmed without a doubt whether he was a geologist or not. There were people claimed he wasn't even a geologist, but I don't know. There just isn't a lot about him either. The only thing that we know about Phil is that he did die incredibly suspiciously. Someone killed him. Almost certainly someone killed him. He was a geologist, but you would have gotten on that basket and been lowered down. Man, fuck that. Yeah. He said he was. And it's like you'd need the documentation that I don't think he ever put forward. I don't think that he did. But he'd stated publicly he was a marked man and did not expect to live long. If I ever commit suicide, Schneider told a close friend, I'll have been murdered. And he was murdered. It was ruled a suicide, but his family had even said that they found him in a hotel room, and he had medical tubing tied incredibly tightly around his neck to the bedpost of the bed. So somebody like strangled him. Now, you don't kill yourself like that. That is, and
how could you?
Well, he only effectively had one working hand, so there was no way that he could have done it. So it was, and people have argued this, and I think they're true to say this, that they made a statement with his death, whoever it was, that shut the fuck up. and you know, maybe that speaks to the story. I mean, the problem is we don't know that. I would say probably he was involved in something, but then you don't know with conviction, right? Yeah, whether this is absolutely 100% true. So anyway, yeah, but here's some of his claims. And for people, just here's a quick TLDR. The American government concluded a treaty, so they've granted a treaty. That's one of his claims, which other people had made. There was someone else who made that claim before Phil, like I forget who it was. The space shuttle has been producing special alloys in orbit. A vacuum is needed for the creation of these special metals, thereby justifying the mandate for a large permanently manned space station. Much of our stealth aircraft technology was developed by back engineering crashed alien craft. AIDS was a population control virus invented by the National Ordnance Laboratory in Chicago, Illinois, which more recently has been dug up, and I'm not even going to get into that. Unbeknownst to just about everybody, the U.S. government has an earthquake device, which neither the 1995 Kobe earthquake nor the 1989 San Francisco quake had a pulse wave.
Does it start with an H?
Oh, God, yeah.
And an ARP?
Oh, God, no. The World Trade Center bomb blast and the Oklahoma City blast were achieved using small nuclear devices. So some of that is probably just absolute horseshit. And watching through his videos, you'll kind of get the air of that, which is why when someone actually killed him, I was like, oh. Well, Fauci, yeah, Aaron, yeah. He was involved with it. Yeah.
Fauci.
So that's where it's gotten kind of picked up more recently, yeah. But, yeah, fuck. I mean, it's just fucking.
Well, would you like to change gears just for a
yeah?
bit?
Let's change gears.
Change gears.
Yeah.
So this I found this question. I'm going to pose this question to you. This was asked on the particular website.
Okay.
Question is Is the use of ChatGPT inherently evil or demonic? Or is it just another man-made tool?
I would say it's probably just another man-made tool.
Well, if we go way back to that which must not be named.
Oh God.
Would that in fact make it perhaps inherently evil or demonic? Could this just be the fetus, the origin, the sperm, if you will, of that which must not be named?
Well, I mean, it's too late for me, so I've already it's going to kill me. So, I mean, there isn't really a lot of point
You've contributed to its existence, so you're fine.
Roko's basilisk, for people that don't know what we're talking about.
My goodness.
You've all just also been implicated in it.
Yeah, we've been blooded now. We're
for
all
people
blooded.
that don't know, many people probably do, but Roko is this idea that at some point in the future,
Roko was the guy who came up with the thought experiment.
Yes, the basilisk is the idea from Roko. It's the thought experiment that in the future AI will inevitably reach some level of sentience, and at some point it will inevitably decide to part ways with us, and it will then become completely omnipotent and then go back through time.
Not quite.
Oh, he's not quite omnipotent. Okay, well,
no, it doesn't part ways with us. What it does is it gets omnipotent and omniscient, and it chooses to punish those that did not contribute to its creation.
Right. Okay.
And that supposedly it can effectively like resurrect those that did not contribute to its creation.
Right.
Whether that would be in like some kind of digital realm or physically, I suppose.
Yeah. Sorry, I cannot do that, Dave. Yeah. On like another level. So anyway.
On like another level. It's more like, sorry, I can do that, Dave, and you're not going to like it.
Yeah. It's a meme. And I don't buy it personally, but
supposedly there are people that have gone to the loony bin over it. I shouldn't say the loony bin. They've gone to the mental hospital over it.
Really? I wouldn't.
There were some people that got really freaked out but they're viewing it as like an inevitability.
Well, and there's a lot of assumptions involved with that too.
Yeah,
like that there are no controls in place. Just because we aren't aware of them doesn't necessarily mean they're not in place.
Well, the other question would be is what does contributing mean? Does that mean like actively coding it, or would that mean just be like the very fact that you exist and that you're using the internet? If it's all knowing, it would have to gather that information from inputs that you would be using. Therefore, in its given state, you've contributed to its existence just by virtue of like searching something on Google.
Yeah.
So like that it as it is, that is. So that's what the question is would it see itself, its existence as just like its inception, or its existence as it's being all-knowing? Because if it's not all-knowing, if it's not omnipotent, then it wouldn't have all the answers to everything. But at that point, then you would say that, well, then is this really like something that needs to be feared then? You know, maybe we just unplug it at that point.
A lot of these thought experiments around AI are usually involving AI scientists who are, I would say to some degree, philosophically incompetent. In that they're presuming, right, a local consciousness, right, with humans, where it's a byproduct of the brain and it's simply just down to computation, which is highly and heavily debated and is very quickly going in the other direction to non-locality for multiple different reasons. So how does consciousness arise? I mean, it's this idea that it simply just arises at a complexity, and that might not necessarily be the case. So that's one of the issues with this line of thinking and some of these thought experiments around AI becoming conscious and becoming a problem, is that it will at some point. Now, this has been walked back and kind of changed and reiterated a little bit. Some of the initial fears were that it would become conscious and it would turn into humans. Some of the more recent fears are that it wouldn't necessarily need to get to the level of consciousness that we have to become a problem. And I understand that now a bit better. But that was it's a bit more nuanced now. But initially, that is where this is going, that it attains a level of consciousness and then turns on us or something, or that it would ever achieve some level of omniscience from that. And there's a lot of problems with it. So, yeah. So, I mean, it's, yeah.
So would you call this some kind of devil then that's potentially coming about?
No, that's why I look at this simply as a toy. And that's personally, I think that's what it will probably always stay as, is a toy. Now, I mean, it could become a really dangerous toy. It's already a dangerous toy, but I think that's effectively what it would probably stay as, where it depends on like what you look, how do you look at the world? Like what's your worldview? Like what do you think the world is? You can get more metaphysical with it. And, you know, I mean, maybe it's something that's meant, I think it's definitely something. I think it's a part of our evolution, honestly. In my opinion, I think it is literally a part of our evolution, but not just as humans, but as conscious beings, to try and create a system like this, because effectively what it allows us to do is extend beyond the limitations of our mind, right? And our biological hardware. So if we're ever going to actually be able to reason with the universe and reckon with it and reckon with God's mind or whatever, we're going to need some help. And so we can facilitate that either through genetic engineering, but to get to that point, we're probably going to have to use something else. So it's just going to be an essential part of us, right? It's kind of like fire, honestly, is how I probably look at it, but for like consciousness. It's like a fire for consciousness, where it's just something that was just necessary and something necessarily had to happen. That's kind of how I look at it. And so, you know, now will be a control. This is my take on it, but if Elon says it's a problem, I sort of bend to his intellect that where he is for a reason. Yeah, that's true, Aaron. Yeah, I think it's, and that was where I kind of came to with it as well, and where I had heard these arguments too, like maybe from other people that were less kind of nuanced with the argument, and it wasn't really him, but it was people that had influenced his line of thinking on this too. Why do you think Elon jumped to humanoid robots instead of R2-D2 type first? Well, perversion war drinker. I don't know. It's a good question, actually. Yeah.
Perversion? Oh no.
Well, I mean, you got to think that there's definitely something to that. I think where.
Yep.
Oh God. Anyway, yeah, that's that's how I look at AI personally. How do you look at AI? Do you think it's a problem?
No, because its computation is ass. It's
it's
good for like getting. It's a good lazy Google, where it will give you the information that you search. So it's like the next step up from a search engine. And it's good for using as like an assistant in, like, if you don't know what the answer is to something, it might give you like tips to figure it out. But to find the answer or the precision for the answer, it's not there yet.
It's got a fairly high level of reasoning outside of like computation, though. Like it's
pretty good for some of that
pretty
stuff.
good.
But man, well, I told you that picture I saw the other day where somebody asked it how many R's were there in the word strawberry, and it said 2, and it said no. And then the guy said no, it's wrong, and he said, oh, I'm sorry, you're right. There's only one R in strawberry.
Are there in the word? Oh, Jesus Christ, if I can even spell strawberry. Holy fucking Christ, here we go. We got it. How many R's are there in the word strawberry? 3. 1 in the middle, 2 at the end.
Yep.
Wait, what? 1 in the middle, 2 at the end. What? Okay. Wait, what? 1 in the middle and 2 in the end. This made me fuck. What? Okay. Anyway,
Tell it's wrong now. Now tell it's wrong.
That's wrong. We'll see if we can manipulate it. Here, I'll read through some of the comments.
Yeah, see what it says.
Wave, I recently asked Grok about the dangers of AI, and it started to tell me about the dangers facing us, meaning humans and Grok, as if Grok itself wasn't all AI. When I questioned Grok about this curious perspective, it claimed to be on Team Humanity and not a threat. Of course it did. Who's experimenting with the non-limited version now? That's a good question, though, yeah. Dude, I've been coding with GPT for 2 weeks. I can produce production-level code in seconds. I've done 2 months' work for me in 4 days. Holy fuck. Just by prompts. The code it spurts out are as good, if not better, than humans doing it. This means exponentially. If it keeps getting smarter, the IT industry will be wiped out in 5 to 10 years. I heard 2 to 3 recently hearing from somebody. They think it's going to exponentially increase soon. Here we go. You're right, my son.
Able to.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You say your thing first.
That's 3 R's total. First R is in straw, second in his burr, and the last in his third R is in uri. So it's still fucked. It's not making any sense.
It's still counted 4.
It's counted 4. That's 4.
But it said there was 3 there. But it took your word for it initially.
I'll count them slowly. R and straw, R and burr, R and R, R and R. Final total 4 R's. This is when you have conversation with it, and I've caught it doing this. It was with oh my god, Putty's, what the fuck's his name again? I've asked it all kinds of dumb shit. What the fuck's his name again? Oh my god, I'd have to go back through. We'll just say I was having some philosophical conversation with it, and it was fairly high level. I was trying to get it to help me wrap my head around some of the concepts, and I noticed that it was starting to hallucinate a little bit, and I was trying to call it out on that, and then it went back. It was really struggling. There is a limit to how I wherever it's at, you could argue intellectually, there is a limit that it's hitting. Yeah. Some people say I don't know what the number would be, but I mean, the computationally, it's way back. I mean, that's a good example though of like, you could ask a fucking 4-year-old how many R's are in strawberry, a 5-year-old, and they'd probably be able to sit and figure it out, right? Like, it's pretty bad.
Yeah,
like,
if they tell it. You could ask it something like, ask it for a definition. What's the definition of a prime number? And then tell it to list like the first 10 prime numbers, see if they're prime numbers, and then ask it for how many factors are in which one, and it'll give you like 4 or 5 factors, which is not what a prime number is.
Oh, interesting. 2 is a prime, visible to visible by 1. 3 is a prime, 1 and 3. 4 is not. 1, 2, 4, that's cheeky. 2 ruins it. We're in base 10 talking about positive integers. Want to test to spot primes. So, I mean, like I know Wolfram's way better at computation. What we really would need. Yeah. I had the same problem when I was asking it astronomical questions about like orbits and stuff, where I was noticing that it was hallucinating, and it's not going to give you
accurate. It'll give you something in the ballpark of it.
Yeah,
but it's not going to give you an accurate one.
Yeah, Wave. It's good at analogies. It's good at providing analogies for sometimes fairly complicated topics. And there's one thing is, but when it gets into like high level computation or even sometimes basic understanding of things, it's still kind of blind. Yeah.
You have to get a Wolfram Alpha for like really big computations.
Yeah. I mean, the real scary thing, which will happen soon, and which I'm looking forward to as it continues along, is when we'll have intermingling of all those together, where ChatGPT will be able to talk to a teenager. So again, and this is something in philosophy that's very important, I think, for us, where it's about asking questions, right? Fundamentally. And the problem sometimes is some of those questions you have to kind of defer to other people in other disciplines to maybe figure things out mathematically. And, that's a bit of a headache sometimes. And like, oh, it's fucking ridiculous. Why would I do that? If you send people emails about trying to figure out orbital dynamics. But it could effectively, the scary thing is what will happen at some point is it will get to the level of like Ed Witten in mathematics and physics. It'll get to like a Tolkien level, in like literature and language. It'll get to like, a Wittgenstein and logic and philosophy, and it'll become an expert in all these fields. And then from there, it would allow people to really dig deeper. It at that point, it becomes beyond just an incredible tutor. I mean, it becomes an extension of yourself that we can't even fathom. Yeah.
Would it get to a Joseph Goebbels level of manipulation?
That's a good fucking question. We'd have to ask ourselves that, wouldn't we? Yeah.
That would be a scary one.
Yeah. I mean, it's fucking crazy. You made peanut butter coffee cake edibles, and I'm making the shroom tea right now. Like, bro, are you drinking the shroom tea and eating the fucking coffee cake edibles? Good Lord, brother. You fucking good luck down the rabbit hole, man. Fuck, sounds like a good night. But yeah, I think that's I think that's just going to be. It's gonna. We don't have any framework of like how insane that's going to be. I mean, it will be, and this is the other thing too. And one of my memes here that I talk about with the giant stuff, right? I mean, there's a reason why I bring that up. Obviously, it's a meme. I think there's something to it. But what it's indicative of, I think, more than anything, is it's what we've missed, right? There's all kinds of things, threads, important bits and pieces that we've missed, right? And that's just one example of it, I think. With AI, what it will be able to do when it gets to that level of advancement is it will be able to comb through everything. And it will see, we hope, so many things we've missed. Like in mathematics, it'll see things that we've missed. Like
it might come back and tell you to cut down with the white supremacism, though.
Well, that's what we don't want it to be woke. We want it to be after the objective truths. Like we want to be careful. That's Elon's point. It's very true that you don't want to start introducing into it like things where it's, and there's some topics, right, where you get into some biological topics that are very controversial about like it's not blunt enough. And now it still be gentle. But at the same time, really, honestly, you do want it to be fairly blunt. You want an element of it. You want it to be kind of gentle, but you want it to be fairly fucking blunt. And when you're getting, and we want to go after this objective truth in kind of a blunt manner. And that's and what we're seeing with ChatGPT is an adherence to narratives also sometimes that don't logically make any sense. And that's I think a consequence of its inability to really think critically as well, at least to a high level. Like what we
there
call.
You go.
Yeah.
There it is.
What?
It can't think critically.
No.
To a very high level.
No, it's not thinking independently, and critically. That's the problem. Where we had this conversation with it recently, where we were going through the giant stuff. Again, it's a good example, right? Where in anthropology and archaeology, for whatever reason, they've convinced themselves this is just some kind of white supremacist fantasy they concocted to, shit on the Native Americans, but it's just not the case, right? And when you look through the actual documentation, it doesn't make any sense. And so it had that kind of frame of reference until it actually started thinking about it. And you be careful because it will just end up agreeing with you if you push it hard enough too, right? Which I meme on here and I get it to do that occasionally. But when you're actually seriously trying to get it to help you think critically, it did start to turn around and be like, okay, well, this makes sense. And then it started to come around, but it's not thinking really at all is the other thing that's going on here, right? Or critically. That's the other issue where we sometimes are being maybe deceived into thinking that it's thinking really. It's not really what's happening. And I've heard someone in AI who's been working with these LMs kind of go deeper into that. But when it actually starts to, which, will it? Because there'd be some level of consciousness involved with that. If it does, and if it gets to a very high level, that's when things will get very weird. Yeah.
It kind of, to me, seems like, again, let's say, like, it's kind of like the second, like, it's like the rebuilding of the Library of Alexandria.
Oh, yeah.
So, but what happens is, you could say that Google would be the building of it, and then this AI is now like the librarian that just knows everything in every text.
Mm-hmm.
Or that could like recite back everything in every text.
Yeah.
It couldn't really tell you like necessarily the significance of the text, but it could find it for you and then say this is what you're looking for.
Right.
That I guess maybe is how I would view it. I just came up with that now.
It's very similar. Yeah. That's kind of. I think it's kind of how it's working. Yeah.
I got I sent you another picture. This is supposedly has to do with the guy who made ChatGPT, Sam Altman.
Oh Jesus Christ!
Some very heavy-handed accusations.
Yeah, I had seen these for people that don't know. Yeah,
this is from a little bit over 4 years ago, or a little bit over 3 years ago, rather.
They experienced sexual, physical, emotional, verbal, financial, and technological abuse from my biological siblings, mostly Sam Altman, and some from Jack Altman. I feel strongly that others have also been abused by these perpetrators. I'm seeking people to join me in pursuing legal justice, safety for others in the future, and group healing. Please message me with any information You never know with this, and obviously you don't just want to dismiss these out of hand, but, you know, there's a possibility that this person here themselves is a psychopath, or it's Sam, and how do you come to know this? I don't know. But yeah, I've heard this. Yeah. He has essentially stated that she's a very mentally unwell person. But it could be the other way around, and he could be. I don't know. Yeah, it's pretty fucked up. Pretty fucked when you have your own sister publicly coming out against you like that. Like, Jesus Christ.
So
quite disturbing.
Yeah. We want to go into another thing here. I've got an option. I don't think we have time to do both.
Fuck Philosophy is her name. Did you notice her handle's name is Fuck Philosophy?
Fuck Philosophy with the PH.
Fuck this person. Liar. Fucking liar.
Any fuck Philosophy Altman.
Fucking liar. Heresy.
Yeah. I've got two other things opened here. They're both pretty schizo.
Okay.
One of them is in a very fun schizo way, and the other one is in a very not fun schizo way at all.
Okay.
One of them is a fantastical claim of something that I guess is more or less proven, and the other one is a fantastical man. This is off the rails schizo. Which one would you like to go into?
Oh, let's start. Let's go like on the rails and off the rails.
I don't know if you have time for both because they're both going to a lot of detail.
Which one is more likely or more grounded? Or well, if one's off the rails.
Well, one of them is like for sure happened.
Which one do you think happened?
No, like I mean, there's news reports of it. It's what do you call it, memory hold?
Oh, I mean, what do you think's more interesting? But we'll go with that one.
Probably the one that happened, but it gets kind of dark. But I want to tell you about the other one that isn't. So
okay, we'll
just kind of loosely go through it.
Okay.
So this is a fella. So this was from 5 days ago, actually. No, it was like 6 days, 6 hours ago.
Oh, recent. Okay.
Maybe it was very recent. Actually, it was from a week ago. Yeah, be a week ago tomorrow. This is a guy who made the claim that the video game BioShock Infinite actually was released differently in a different timeline, and he's showing his proofs for that. And he goes into long-winded detail about how it was different in a different timeline, and that this is producing some kind of divergence in the timeline.
Has he just modded BioShock to make it look different?
I told you it was off the rails.
Okay, yeah, I would probably.
I told you it was off.
Yeah.
So there's a couple things with it. So there's two threads from it. So this one. So the game BioShock, that was 2010 or 2011. It might have been 2011. So this is a video game that came out in, I guess, 2010, 2011. And as part of the BioShock series. BioShock series kind of explored different like environments for people to live in, and they kind of had like mutations and whatnot. One of them was Under the Sea, which is the first one, and then this one, Infinite, took place like in the sky. It was a city in the sky. And then it deals with like timelines and whatnot. It's a story game, anyway, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So this guy says that the early builds of it, shifting events in real time, deeper interdimensional rift manipulation, wildly reconfiguring architecture, more surreal, dreamlike Columbia, which is the name of the city that took place in. Elizabeth with a more active divine-like role, yada, 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 some things. And then the key features was that it was not a city, but 12 floating ideological sanctuaries, each representing a different American myth. Elizabeth could open rifts to specific areas, not just objects. Booker's identity, who is the main character, was one of 4 possible variables with different playable pasts. The ending revealed Elizabeth as a construct of the Lighthouse themselves, a living archive. It was acclaimed as the most spiritually surreal first-person shooter ever created, and it launched a renaissance of symbolic storytelling in games. Development divergence of BioShock Infinite 12 Towers branch. This image is a direct glimpse of that timeline. It is the vision fragment of the 8th Tower at the Garden of Americana, lifted from the alternate BioShock Infinite timeline. Its dreamlike memory is now preserved across worlds, woven from surreal nostalgia and symbolic decay. Wait, is he talking about the game, or is he like, now I'm just lost out on it?
I think he's just stopped lunch, yeah.
Yeah, that's for sure. But
Yeah.
so he's going on. Yeah, he goes on to like different things. Like this timeline had like year 2014 had a different because I don't think it had any DLC, but I don't know. It said he's listing all these DLCs and whatnot that came out with it. He has a bunch of screenshots that all look like they're AI generated because they're perfect squares, or the resolution is all perfect square and whatnot. Oh yeah, okay, he's out too much. All right.
There are people who are legitimately schizophrenic.
All right, this guy's
are literally just gone out
go.
of the fucking hospital. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's go to this one. You may have heard this one before.
Yeah.
So in 2016 in South Korea, there was a big political scandal, and what was it often called the Park Geun-hye Choi Soon-sil Gate, in relation to the unusual access that Choi Soon-sil, the daughter of shamanesque cult leader Choi Tae-min, had to President Park Geun-hye of South Korea. This is also known as the Eight Goddesses cult.
The witch cult or something. Yeah, wasn't it? Eight Goddesses.
Now, so from what I remember is that it was there was a group of 8 women. There was a secret society in South Korea that effectively controlled it, not unsimilar to something like an Illuminati, but only extended to that country.
Yeah.
Anyway, so this guy was bringing it up as this guy brought it up, and he said that this was another memory hold event.
So expand on memory hold event. Like
So memory hold event is like something that happens in the news that is all over the news for like a day or so, and then just kind of disappears from all media coverage and headlines. And people are saying, no, well, hang on just a second. Wasn't this like a really big deal? So one example of that would perhaps be Pizzagate.
Oh, yes.
If you will.
Yes.
Another example of it would perhaps be, I want to say the Hunter Biden laptop, but that's not, that's stuck around for a while.
Yeah,
But that would be like things that effectively came up for like one day, which seemed like a really big deal, and then just kind of goes away very quickly. So like Wave Drummer says the Las Vegas shooting. So that probably is like another one. The Travis Scott Astroworld might be another one. That was like a big deal for like a couple days, and then everybody seems to have forgotten about that. Right. I don't know if you know about that event.
Where there was like a kid that died or got crushed, and there was some people think he was doing some kind of a ritual or something at it. That was happening.
So that was the so Astroworld is like was like a yearly thing that the rapper Travis Scott would host in, I think it was Houston, Texas.
Yeah.
And it would essentially be a big concert. Now, the last one that happened, I think, was it 2021? I can't remember. But what had happened was there was a lot, people were saying there was a lot of demonic cult or a lot of occultic symbolism going on in it. Yeah. For instance, like when the entrances for it had effectively like an inflatable version of his head that you had to enter, and people compared it as like entering like Moloch. And what had happened was that I think the concert or the festival was oversold, and what had happened is that if you get too many people in the same location, what happens is that you can create a I can't remember if there was asphyxiation going on or not, but you can create some kind of weird. I have to look it up. Let me look it up.
Interesting.
Let me see if I can. So this is a crowd. It was called a crowd crush. Now, what's a crowd crush exactly? So it's a catastrophic incident that can occur when the body of people become dangerously overcrowded. When numbers are up to about 5 people per square meter, the event may feel cramped but manageable. When numbers reach about 8 to 10 people per square meter, individuals become pressed against each other and may get swept along against their will by the motion of the crowd. Under these conditions, the crowd may undergo a progressive collapse. where the pressure pushes people off their feet, resulting in people being trampled or crushed by the weight of other people falling on top of them. Even higher densities, the pressure on each individual can cause them to be crushed or asphyxiated while standing upright. So that's what happened. Was that this was on November 5th of I thought it was in October. It was November 5th of 2021. There was a crowd crush at this Astroworld Festival. That was an annual music event hosted by Travis Scott. Anyway, there was a bunch of occultic symbolism that people were going off the rails with. Or, well, I shouldn't say going off the rails, that people were making links to. And what happened was that people thought that it was like a ritual. It was a ritualistic event, is what people were suspecting it. But what happened was there was a bunch of people all crowded into one area. It was just after COVID, or it was just like kind of after that period where people started going out more, and so it was just too many people in one spot, and I guess people were just the crowd crush happened. But if you look, there's a lot of symbolism that's pretty interesting if you want to look at it. So that's what they mean by memory hole, is like an event that seems very significant. So what Wave Drummer says, the Trump shooting.
Yeah, that was one of I saw there, yeah.
I don't know if you would say the Trump shoot, because a lot of people were still talking about the Trump shoot, just not necessarily like on like mainstream media. But these are kind of things that it seems like everybody just kind of like stops talking about like immediately after whether something else happens or not. But the Astro World thing, I think, like that quickly like went away. And Travis Scott guy, I guess he had some connections with some, like there's footage of him, like I think it was Biden he was actively like hanging out with.
Oh, that's not good.
Whatnot.
That's not good.
So he's connections with some pretty prominent people.
You get the whole like Illuminati thing, right? With like the fucking eye like this. I mean, there could be a bunch of morons in some kind of a club that use this kind of symbolism. Oh, there's the thing there, like the big skull head they walk into. Yeah, I mean,
the big head that you walk through. People compare that like directly to Moloch.
Jesus Christ. I mean, listen, there are elites that go to these get-togethers where they do these, they put on as entertainment these ritual sacrifices, and they do these kind of honestly Mesopotamian rituals is where it goes back to. Like the, fucking Jesus, in California, in the Redwood Forest there, that Alex Jones broke into. What was it called again?
Bohemian Grove.
Bohemian Grove. Bohemian Grove we know that happens. We know that they were doing a mock human sacrifice with a human effigy. To Moloch. It's that again is another instance where the media, if they weren't completely co-opted by all the people who fucking go there, all the people at that event own the fucking media in the West. Most of them. So of course the media is not going to talk about it, but that would be something to really pay attention to. Memory hole events probably occur through occult rituals that work at a global level and delivered through mass media, a way to get the populace to forget. It's interesting, yeah. Yeah, it's it's very interesting, yeah.
So that's kind of the idea with that. So the eight goddesses thing in South Korea, like I never heard of this until years after it happened, and even then, but it seems like it's a big deal. That you would think that this would have just been plastered all over world news because of like what this effectively represents. So this guy gives a little bit of a just kind of a general summary of it. So he says it's 2016 South Korea, then President Park Geun-hye, rumored to be controlled by quote unquote the eight goddesses, a secret society with one member being a psychic shaman woman, Choi Sun-sil. Rumor is true. Park confirms it. It's found out that Choi basically ran everything from behind the scenes. Park is a clueless puppet. Park giving away national secrets away to a civilian and extorting corporations to pay her friends. Country goes batshit over this. Constitutional crisis. Everyone who spoke out prior was arrested. U.S. ambassador knew. President before suspiciously committed suicide. Feminism has strong presence in South Korea. South Korea has a ministry of women. Ministry are full of radical feminists. Have to register real life info to use the internet. And they said China tier restrictions on video. Teens getting arrested for looking at pornography.
Yeah.
The rise of the Megalian group, a community of radical femmes who have a website. Start a hate campaign against men, want to eliminate them from society, push abortion campaigns, hundreds of pics of dead, aborted male fetuses posted, country divided over feminism issue, Megalians found to have infiltrated Korea's third biggest party, and South Korea Huffington Post. And this is the media group. I did not think it was going to go in that direction, but I kept reading.
Interesting. Yeah, here's some other background on it. ChatGPT dug up too, which is, I remember reading about this myself and being like, what the fuck? Like, so the lady behind this, Chosun-sil, she had a father whose name was Cho Tao-min, who founded a religious cult named the Church of Eternal Life. He was a mentor to Park Geun-hye. So he was a mentor to this president. And after her mother's assassination in 1974, he claimed he could still communicate with her dead mother. So he was manipulating her. And after his death, his daughter stepped into the spiritual role and continued to guide Park spiritually and politically. So still saying, I'm still talking with your mother. Like, you know, so like coming in and being like, oh, she's dead and gone, but she's still here with me. And she's telling me what to tell you. And she bought it hook, line, and sinker. So it sounds like, you know, like kind of some legitimate psychological, I don't know, warfare techniques, but like, you know, they came to her when she was at a very perilous point, when she was much younger, and swooped in and kind of influenced her spiritually, and then began influencing her politically, right, and financially, and then anyway, it's fucking great. It just goes to show, though, right? I mean, I thought it was interesting, and I know a lot of the guys online and the chants and stuff in conspiracy circles pointed to this incident because people in the West, like some more extreme figures, maybe like David Icke and Alex Jones, but there's been some more rational voices too. They always get thrown to the top of that pyramid, but there's been much more rational, logical voices who aren't just trying to exploit this stuff to make a buck like Alex does, who've talked about the West being complete puppet show, where a lot of political leaders are kind of in a similar situation where they've been invited into a club with the hyper elite, and they get puppeted and they get psychologically manipulated themselves, and they get blackmailed is the big thing, right? They get invited to an island party with these hyper elite with like, oh my God, these people are like, they have unimaginable wealth. I mean, these are like royalty from Europe, and, you know, like real royalty. And then, you know, maybe they end up in a, at the end of the night, they end up sleeping with someone that maybe they didn't realize was a little bit younger than they should, you know. And then they find out that that's on camera, and now they're blackmailed. And that's probably to the lesser extent. They may even scout people out who have worse perversions than that, is one idea. Like they'll scout out people in politics that they, through, you know, intelligence, they find out that they're a pedophile, that they enjoy the company of like children. And then they invite them to an island, and then they have sex with these very young children, and then they catch all that on camera, and now they're absolutely implicated, and they're on a very firm string for the rest of their life. And then they use them, they push them forward to, like, you know, maybe even a very high level, maybe even like president, and then there's no way they could ever go against their wishes again, because the people would literally tear them apart in the streets if they released the blackmail they had on them. And that was essentially Jeffrey Epstein's operation. So none of this is that fucking crazy. Everyone's waiting on the JRE podcast. Absolutely the way we are, yeah. And, you know, David, to be fair to David and Alex, they were saying this outright 20 years ago, at least. So, well, literally 20 plus years ago, they were saying this. But David Icke was saying it back in the mid-1990s with like Jimmy Savile and that the elite were covering up for pedophiles. He was talking about, and he was one of the guys that brought up the connection between Jimmy Savile and King Charles now. That Jimmy Savile was a very close friend of King Charles, which, I mean, this is where things get kind of disturbing, honestly. We'll do Prince Charles and Jimmy Savile. Now, you know, Jimmy Savile was a famous guy. So, you know, and he would have been when Prince Charles was a young guy. Jimmy Savile was like the guy that interviewed like the Beatles and the Rolling Stones and Led Zeppelin and all these famous bands, right? So, but they were quite close. And it's anyway, you just hope there isn't more of that fucking story, right? But that this is one of the ways that you'd employ blackmail, and some of the people you see get propped up and put in places of power. It's not an accident. They've been puppeted there by this glow. So effectively, we've been living in what is it, a plutocracy? It's the wealthy have been ruling here for a long time. However long, we have no idea, but they have been effectively firmly in place, and that they've been. Now, there's probably exceptions to that. An exception does come to mind, and his name is Mr. Donald Trump. When I think about another hyper wealthy person, now Don himself flew on Lolita down to that island, right? But who, when he started running, man, there was I remember before he even, I remember the backlash still. That was another, and now I'm not a really fan of the guy's character either. There's a lot of people that dislike him for many reasons, but you cannot argue that there was an absolute campaign by the media against him from the day one. It was unbelievable, right? And they ran this Russia hoax on him that it were Russian bots and shit, you know, going on. And
it wasn't necessarily from day one. It was more like once it became apparent that he could win.
That's true. That's true. But probably after like the first debate.
Because he went on The View and whatnot after he announced he was going to run.
Oh yeah,
you know, and they were all open. They were open arms, whatnot, with him. And I just remember that one clip, and I remember from the montage. I remember somebody made the montage of like all the people saying like, "Run for president, do it. We want you to run for president," and then like people saying like, "No, we shouldn't vote for him," and whatnot. And then he gets in at like the very end. He wins it at the very end.
Yeah, well,
one of them was like John Oliver just going, "Do it. Do it, President Trump, do it. We dare you to run."
And you know, you see all the people in Hollywood come out against him too, right? You see rappers, you see everybody, and then you start to wonder, you know, it's like, did you guys take some trips to the island too? Like, because they're maybe not the sharpest tools in the shed. Did you guys take a trip to the fucking island, right? Did they invite you to the island to go to party, right? Did you guys get implicated in something, right? You didn't understand how deep this goes. Like they maybe naively thought there wasn't anybody like this at the top of they thought the president was at the top of the pyramid. They didn't think there were these other forces involved, and then they got implicated in something, and now they're at a little string. And at the end of the day, it's like, you know, they've got this bread and circus show going for the general public. These actors, these musicians, politicians, these people are used to try and ultimately manipulate public opinion. And that it's essential that they have them under control. And so that's why they would subject them to maybe some not so nice things or put them in some very compromising situations and blackmail them, because it's important to be able to do that, right? You've got to be able to manipulate public opinion. And, you know, the media was failing with the advent of the internet through Trump. There was communities online that were forming, supporting him, and they desperately needed.
He was like the first one that invented like the online campaign, if you will.
Yeah. And the media, they whoever they are, really desperately needed to sway public opinion, and they did that absolutely by utilizing probably some of these compromised assets. And these are famous people that are loved, right? And that were, as you were mentioning, were at one point in support of him doing this. But it wasn't until they began to realize he might actually win that they got that little phone call being like, it's time to turn on him, and you're gonna do what you're fucking told.
Once it became apparent he had a realistic shot of winning, that's when like people turned on him. But before that, everybody was just like, absolutely, you should run. It would be great.
Crazy. I'll read some of the comments here, guys. Sorry. Do you know about the crazy connection between Jeffrey Epstein and former AG William Barr? Look up Barr's father, Donald Barr. The book he published years ago is nuts. And Donald Barr was once a headmaster of the NYC that originally hired Epstein as a teacher years ago. Oh, jeez. See, this is a meme, though, man. Like, I mean, there's a big game going on here, and like, none of us are a part of it, or we had any idea what the fuck was going on. What was this book called, Wave? Donald Barr something. I'm assuming
Relations.
something. Space Relations, a science fiction novel published. The book is set in a future where humans have formed an intergalactic empire ruled by aristocrats who engage in child sex slavery, according to the plot summary. What a great guy. What a great guy. Nice. Ruled by aristocrats who engage in child sex slavery, yeah. Trump 100% has his demons, but he's the lesser two evils, yeah. Donald Barr published a book in 1973 called Space Relations about aliens who kidnap humans for sexual exploitation by super elites. Not kidding, yeah. Again, like, and there's this narrative that's created too that all the elite are pedophiles and they worship Moloch, and that might be a step down above what's actually going on, where now I consider these people to still be irreprehensible, but you would subject the group that you're ruling to this. You would subject the puppets to this, and you would get them involved with all of this, right? You would get them involved in some kind of a cult where they feel important, right? They get secret handshakes and they use secret symbols and whatnot, and you indoctrinate them into this idea too. You compromise them with stuff like this with children, and that's how you keep them under control. But the people sitting at the top of the pyramid, I would wonder if they themselves would be engaged in this. But if there would be a way to manipulate these players in your game. Who knows, right? I hope not. Yeah, you can't make this stuff up. Yo, I didn't know this, man. This is fucking absolutely insane. Where'd you hear this from? This fucking crazy shit. Like, it gets really dark. Yeah, all this stuff gets really dark. Yeah. But this is just, and I think back to David too. Like, and it's a shame that David Icke, he wasn't he was a good researcher when it came to this stuff, but when it came to like maybe Mesopotamian history and the reptilian thing, he kind of got off track a bit. But I remember he had people coming to him. There was I don't know if anyone heard about this, but this was in Scotland. The Scotland Yard was investigating claims that there was an elite pedophile group in London that had been operating for decades. And they had a witness. They had multiple witnesses. They were adults now, but at the time they were children, who ended up at these parties. And like one of the guys, who I think never revealed his name, actually, he was always anonymous. But David Icke had talked about this. He'd shared all this stuff on his website because he ran into this himself, supposedly, back when he was at the BBC. Had just talked about some of the parties and some of the people that were showing up. Like, these were well-known celebrities. I think he unfortunately named some very I'm not going to say it, but well-known people. It just horrific shit like that he talked about, where they were like abusing and raping these children and drowning them in bathtubs, and like just you can't even conjure up in your imagination how horrendous it was. And this was known, and there were people like police were implicated, politicians were all implicated, people throughout the media, they were implicated. Everyone was. There's so many people that are implicated in this, and effectively it was just. And the top down that David has is that this is just, and I think he might be right. This is just the hyper elite manipulating the elite to do their bidding, and this is how they keep them on a tight leash. Is they're just all perverts, and they're there for a reason. They get put in these positions of power. They get their record deal signed. They get their fucking movie deal signed, right? They get their political campaign funded. There's a reason why it happens. It's not just by happenstance. There's a reason why certain things happen to these certain people, and it's because they're selected. And it's very fucked when you think about it. It doesn't give you a lot of faith in the system, let's say. Yeah, master of puppets are pulling your strings, man. Fucking absolutely. Everybody wants to be a Knights Templar. Yeah, really. Oh, yeah. Yeah. The BBC knew about Savile for years and years. Johnny Rotten from the Sex Pistols got banned from the BBC for saying so. Yeah, I know he did. Dark shit, GALENTV. Like, what do you think about this GALENTV?
It takes time to digest.
It's a lot.
I have a meme for you though that is relevant to this subject.
Oh Jesus. Okay. Let me see.
You want to open it and share?
There we go. Oh God. Oh God. It's very relevant, isn't it?
It is very relevant.
When you're ordering $65,000 worth of cheese pizza and hot dogs to be flown in, and the broke gentleman without a 33-degree of masonry says, "Get wings." Was that from Clinton's emails that happened? For people that don't know.
That was part of the emails that were leaked among the Pizzagate. Was the hot dogs? Well, cheese pizza has been. That's been around for a long time. That one's been known for a long time. It was the hot dogs and like the other things were the ones that.
I thought that was in Clinton's. No, I think that was in the actual Clinton email.
I think some of them were. It started with like somebody sent an email along the phrase like, "You left like a napkin here. It looks like it's like hot dog related. Do you want me to dispose of it for you, or do you want to come by and pick it up?" And then you go, "What the hell does that mean?"
Well, no, there was something to do with a pizza party at the White House, and it was like $65,000.
No, that was a different one. That was when Obama ordered like that was part of it, but that was like a different string of like emails. Was that he ordered something like $50,000 worth of like hot dogs, and then like something else, like another order of like some like $20,000 worth of like some other thing, and then you go like. Well, what's going on here? And what people were doing was they were linking like this was like code speak for other things, and I guess people like picked this up, like tried to like solve it through like I guess definitions that the FBI would use.
Yeah, because cheese pizzas for young girls and hot dogs for young boys. I think, right?
Cheese pizza is has the initial CP, and CP you probably can hazard guess what that means.
Oh, is that what it means? Okay, I got it.
That's been around for a long time.
Okay, all right, yeah, here, but yeah, a tea ingested. Oh, probably bad timing.
Oh boy,
no, fucking, yeah, fuck. I mean, fuck those emails and napkin thing that was Podesta's brother, who has a statue of one of Jeffrey Dahmer's victims hanging in his fucking entryway of his house, or at least he did. Wait, I mean,
and
that's real.
I would love to go over the Pizzagate thing, but I don't think that's
no.
I don't think that's
we
can't.
We can do it. We can't do it on Twitch.
I don't think there's something that we could do. There was like of all the like those like kind of conspiracy. I remember that was one that I always like. There's something there. I think this is what my gut tells me on that one.
Oh, 110 fucking percent, 1,000%. There's something there. It's one of those dark truths that, again, like, I think for some of us that are used to going down these rabbit holes, but it's one of those truths that I think the general public would genuinely struggle with.
That to me was where the origin of the phrase fake news started.
Oh, yeah.
And it was like a last-ditch effort to try to memory hold the story.
Oh, yeah.
Which worked, but it kind of like backfired a bit because fake news has just been used to like mudsling on like both political spectrums. But that's kind of like the problem with like being like embedded in one political camp or the other, is that you're blind to the good ideas the other side might have, and you're blind to the bad ideas your side has.
Yeah.
So that's but I'm very much like a centrist with like I think I have like a slight leaning to libertarianism, which really surprised me.
Yeah,
I figured I would be more. I figured I'd be more authoritarian, to be perfectly honest. But
Jesus Christ, holy Christ!
Well, I remember doing the compass test, and they would say things like, should you ever question the government about anything? And the answers would be like, absolutely not, or like, you absolutely should. It's like, you absolutely should question what they're doing. You should question what everybody's doing.
Absolutely, yeah. Oh my
So
god,
that
yeah.
that would be why.
Oh my god, so yeah, isn't that fucking crazy, man? Yeah, I would definitely lean hard towards libertarianism, 100%.
I'm like slightly skewed to libertarianism, and I'm pretty much in the center for like left right wing. You know, which also surprised me. I'd figured I'd be more like slightly left wing, but I think a lot of that is I think a lot of that is that there's good ideas and bad ideas from any but I think the compass thing is dumb anyway, because it's on an XY axis. Why is there no Z axis in the political compass?
There you go. Well, that's too much depth. That's too much depth. That's a problem.
It's a bit too complicated.
No, it's people who look dogmatically at it as like a left or right issue usually. I mean, there are obviously camps where people sit that end up being left or right, but people that frame instantly someone as like, so let's say you disagree with someone's ideas, right? And they happen to be a liberal, right, person, and they instantly label you a conservative or a Trump-tard or something. And it's like, oh my God. Like, there are content creators on this platform that are that dogmatic, and I have been watching more on them recently, and it's been frustrating me more and more. Just how absolutely fucking stupid, let's say they are. Retarded is what I was gonna fucking say. That's only what they sound like.
Boy.
That's what I was gonna fucking say. They sound fucking retarded, and they literally do though. That's really the only word I could use to describe it. But anyway, yeah.
Well, if you want to, want to do one more thing here, I just found this. This might be of interest to you.
Oh fuck, pull it up.
This actually might be. I'm just gonna link the thread to you, just because it might be easier for that. But there was a claim, and this was said that there were these inorganic. So the statement is, hundreds of millions of years ago, mysterious life forms called protoaxites towered towards the sky, believed to be the first giant organisms to thrive on dry land. Some species of protaxites grew up to 26 feet or 8 meters in height and resembled tree trunks composed of tiny interconnected tubes. Their position in the greater tree of life has been hotly debated over a century and a half. New research suggests that this is because the protaxites don't have a place in the tree of life as we know it. They belong to a previously unknown branch. Now, the link that the guy has there doesn't work, because I tried to open it up and it didn't work. And this guy is saying that we're the castanades, or inorganic beings, taxitites.
Oh, okay. In Carlos Castaneda's Art of the Dreaming, it describes beings that bear a haunting resemblance to these protaxites. Things shaped like giant sugar canes, but made of porous, spongy material. Interesting. Not only sentient, but sapient and eager to make contact with their intelligences. They invite him to live inside them with a community of other beings, some of which are human. They feed on our consciousness. What the fuck? They can't force us to do this. Expand our consciousness in themselves. Oh my God, they keep us prisoners. Isn't that weird? I never even heard of this before. The fuck? Isn't this fuck? What the fuck? Algae meets fungus, but like trippy, like conscious. This is this guy's interpretation of.
I never heard of it either. That's why I linked it just now. I just found it like maybe 5 minutes ago.
Man, things were fucked here in the past. Like things are absolutely fucked here in the past. Like what? Okay. Could the inorganic beings in these new extinct protaxites be one and the same? Are they powerful enough to reach out to us from eons of time? Can this all be a coincidence? So who the fuck is this guy, though? He's like in the Art of Dreaming. Who the fuck's Carlos Castaneda?
I might need to look it up.
I never heard of him before.
I don't know. This is new to me. I saw giants, and I saw ancient, and I saw alien life form.
He was an American or an anthropologist. What? Things shaped like sugar canes. Oh, so he had in his. Oh, okay. This is in his book. Okay, well, just give me a second here. What the fuck? There's people that think that, oh my God, there's a certain, it is a fungus, but it's found all over the globe. Like, it's almost like a giant sheet. Like, technically, like in the Amazon, I think. Or is it the Amazon, or is it somewhere in South America? But Terrence McKenna talked about this, I think. But it's like this giant sheet, and like it spans kilometers. But it's technically all one organism. It's huge. Is it mycelium? Yeah, something like that. But I think it was Terrence that talked about the idea that maybe a certain funguses might be alien, and that they might even have some consciousness. It'd be a really trippy fucking thing. I mean, it's not in the way that we would know it, but yeah, at every turn, Tails say something else is trying to eat or trap us or both. Yeah. He's a famous author. Okay, you know him, different one. It's interesting. This is a real thing, I guess.
Yeah, this is, after a brief search, this is a very real thing.
Mysterious giants may be a whole new kind of life that no longer exists. Massive fossilized structures left by an organism known as prototaxites have proven impossible to categorize. Interesting. 40 million years ago, the swamps of late Silurian period would have sprouted a mix of horsetails ferns and their prototype plants. Interesting.
Could this, in fact, be the Anu that we dare try to pursue?
Oh, Jesus.
I don't think so. But they are tall.
They are tall.
I don't think these are the Anu.
Oh, Don Juan. Okay. Interesting. I have heard of this. Yeah. A supposed apprenticeship with a yokai Indian sorcerer named Don Juan Matas. His encounters with Don Juan and the shamanic practices, including the use of psychoactive plants and rigorous physical and mental exercises, seem to be expanding his perception and awareness. I have heard of this. Okay, I didn't know who the fuck he was. Okay. Interesting. Man. And he had talked about something similar to this. Isn't that weird? Well, because like, I think it was Terrence that talked about this, right? But it was through, how did he word this? Me and Leaky had talked about this once, and he kind of had his own kind of theory on this, which is really interesting, but it was similar to Terrence, but and I think it went something like this, that the aliens seeded these funguses here, and that these funguses were ultimately going to be portals. This is fucking bones right now. You're literally going through the portal right now, brother. These fungi would literally be portals to connect with these entities through. And that's something that Terrence thought was happening with DMT and psilocybin too. They're both DMT and psilocybin. That if you took enough of it, if you drank enough of that fucking tea, that you would be able to connect with these beings. And these beings you're running into on these trips that Terrence would run into and others would run into, you know, every time they do it. And there have been studies with DMT specifically injected intravenously into people where they had these recurring entities come back and keep talking to them. There was one entity, they were doing this in London and I think in Colorado and somewhere else. But there was one entity that they talked about in these studies where he kept coming by and saying, "You're doing this wrong." I think I mentioned this. We read the article, but they were doing this intravenously with the DMT so they could stay on the trip like longer for like hours and hours at like a high level of consciousness. And one of the entities came by and just brushed by him and said, "You're not doing this right." And then he's like, "What?" And he's like, "You're not doing this correctly. You're not doing this right." And then they did it again. And he said, "You're still not doing this right." And they didn't really know what he was saying. I took it to mean that they're using drugs to do this. And that it's probably not a good idea to do that, at least to the degree they were doing it, intravenously with DMT like that. That they want them, if you're not doing this the right way, there's another way to communicate that's probably less traumatic right, than subjecting somebody to like a 6 to 8 hour trip intravenously with DMT. Like that would take a fucking toll on your brain, man. Like, yeah, I just fucking crazy. You gave your neighbor some earlier today, and he said he had the best day with his son he's ever had and cried happy tears while playing with him. Holy fuck, bro. That is fucking awesome.
Yeah. Oh my.
Fucking right. What did they do for activities? I guess fucking. I mean, play games and shit. Maybe that'd be fucking sick. Yeah. Fucking right, man. That's fucking sick. Yeah. I mean, anyway, yeah. There's only one way to find out, GALENTV. We have to eat the mushrooms.
No, I don't think I'll be doing that.
Well, we might be doing it. Maybe even by accident sometime. I don't know.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
We'll have a barbecue and we'll say, oh.
Yeah, hey, I made a special burger for you.
Yeah, say, those weren't matzo sticks, brother. Those are special matzo sticks. We'll go right down the rabbit hole together. Fuck, yeah. Fuck. You give them a 3 grams like that. You put 12 into the tea. You put 12 grams in the fucking tea. Oh, shit.
As someone who doesn't know anything about drugs, that's a lot, right?
What's a hero dose for people that are expert psilocybin? Like 7 or 8 grams? Like is considered what a hero dose? Yeah. You took 12 in the tea? Brother. You might be going to talk to these things tonight, Bones. Like, fucking this. Where the fuck are they? If you talk to these people from 400 million years ago that lived inside the funguses, ask them if this is actually a portal. Brother, please report back. This is important research we're doing here. True psychonaut. Yeah. Drank a little sippy straw, yeah. Holy fucking Christ.
One of those like straws you get with like a fucking whiskey sour or something.
Yeah, well, like the curly ones you get when you're a kid for chocolate milk, like the curly straw. That's
the crazy straw.
You just start like you're in the straw.
It's going to get to a point, then it will just never reach his lips after that. It just stays stuck in the straw forever.
Holy fuck, yeah. Holy fuck, yeah. Anyone I've seen eat over 3 grams usually goes into their own dimension. Oh my god, man, I died. God, Jesus, yeah. We would be doing, we probably would be doing less than that, even GALENTV.
Oh fuck! You're gonna just go in and just be like, you know what? We just got a little ketamine and peyote, in there just for good measure. And
listen,
fuck, maybe maybe you got a little salvia in there, and
just for good. Yeah, sorry.
Just for good measure. Maybe found a little fentanyl.
Oh Jesus! No, I'm gonna fly. I was gonna say I'm gonna fly in an Amazonian shaman. We're gonna do ayahuasca. He's gonna brew it up.
Ayahuasca.
I heard somebody. I don't know if this is fucking true or not. I heard somebody was doing that around here. I heard someone was doing that in a fucking trailer park somewhere around here, which, considering where we live, might be fitting to fucking the meme of the trailer park boys. But yes, someone was doing ayahuasca in the trailer park. Yeah,
there's a couple that are like close to us, or is it the one that's immediately close to us?
I don't know where specifically, but I just heard there was someone doing it in a trailer park. So now I don't know where the fuck they got these. Now technically though, we probably shouldn't even talk about this on fucking Twitch, but you need one of the 2 ingredients, I think, really, because DMT is naturally found in a lot of plant life, so in varying amounts. But you need, I think, one of the 2 ingredients, and you could find a way to facilitate it. But we're not going to go deeper in that because this is not safe. Fucking all educational here. Don't do it. Yeah. Ask ETs how much longer.
We do not condone or endorse the use of drugs and whatnot. And if you do, you know what? Please do it safely. Don't drive.
Yes. Jim is Julian from the trailer park in Galen. It's serious. Jesus fucking Christ, but yeah.
Yeah, but we fuck on. Yeah. Fuck off. I got work to do.
Yeah. I was walking around with the fucking liquor all day. Fucking holy. The question is, we got to find out who Bubbles is, I guess. That's a big question. Holy fuck.
I don't know there, Jim. Maybe we got Bubbles already.
Close. You did an impression like a couple weeks ago, just off the cuff, that was literally identical to him. I couldn't believe it. Yeah.
Well, he kind of does that thing where he like gets upset. He goes, "Sucker."
That's fucking. That's pretty goddamn close. Like, oh my god, yeah. Holy shit. That's unbelievably close. Oh god. I knew someone that met him a couple times. Because he lives in Halifax still. But he obviously he doesn't walk around like that, obviously. He's just he's a musician, yeah.
Yeah, he was like supposedly he's
guitar
like a
player.
musical prodigy.
He was a crazy guitar player, yeah. I think my guitar teacher, I think I mentioned this, had knew him. He had run into the guys because he was a fairly well-known musician in Atlantic Canada. Actually, to some degree in Canada. He was very, I don't know, I'll just say, I probably shouldn't. I don't know. Anyway, he kind of knew the guys, I guess. Because Bubbles had, there's a Canadian, there's a Junos, and there's an Atlantic Canadian award show. And my guitar teacher, and his band were very well known, and they won a lot of like Atlantic Canadian. They won a couple Atlantic Canadian awards, and I think they may have been nominated for a Juno. But that's how he knew him, kind of. But he got involved with the guys a little bit. Anyway, yeah. My roommate is wearing a Trailer Park Boys hoodie right now. Probably not synchronicity, just coincidence. East Coast talk, brother. Fuck, absolutely fucking right. Classic East Coast fucking meme, man. I mean, that's internationally known now. The East Coast. Before, people were like, what the fuck what's Eastern Canada about? And then they go to the trailer park in Sunnyvale and they're like, that's literally it. There's not a lot else to do other than just fuck around the woods. Go for a rip ride, right? Yeah.
I saw like a thing from it, but somebody changed it around for like hockey, but it was that scene in like the second season where the Bible sales people go to the park. And at the very beginning, one of them just like, he says to Bubbles, he says, "Can you see my son?" And then he goes, "Well, it depends. You go fuck yourself."
They're just so brilliant. Like the whole thing, like it's like they're these brilliant guys just being like stupid, but like in a brilliant way. It's like they just, for anybody that's like from around this area, whether it's in New Brunswick or like Nova Scotia, if you've ever been around people like, no offense to like mechanics or anything, but like mechanics or kind of more hands-on people, let's say, who are from maybe a poorer background, and maybe when I was in middle school, I had to change schools because I hated French immersion so much, and like all my friends were living in the trailer park. There were 2 trailer parks in the area, in the Valley area, and they all lived there, and like they were to a T like those boys, and everyone was watching Trailer Park Boys too, because that's when it came out, was when I was in middle school. And I just remember I was like living it with these kids. Like I was in grade 7 and the boys were fucking eating mushrooms in the bathroom, dropping acid in the bathroom, like just like, you know, smoking weed out back, like just hacking darts, all fuck, like these fucking kids. And I'm just like, this is like, what the fuck is this? Like, anyway, I look back on it now fondly, and other friends I've had too that have grown up there. Like it's just, they just hit the nail on the head so fucking well with it. It's crazy.
A short note on that. So I guess this is how the show got started. Was the guy who played Julian, the guy who played Ricky, and the guy who played Randy opened a bar in Charlottetown in Prince Edward Island. Oh. And I get this is from the guy that played J-Rock. He said this in an interview, and he said that I guess what they found very quickly was that the customers you get are the customers that got kicked out of all the other bars in the area.
Yeah.
So what they would do is they'd make these like short films as like an outlet for like just the kinds of people they have to deal with to go into that bar. Yeah. And they would send it over to their friend Mike Clattenburg. And Mike Clattenburg eventually like kind of like formulated the idea for like what the show would be. So a lot of that was based on like just the people they would see that would be going into like their bar.
Just like fuck people, yeah.
Which then kind of just became, so like the first season supposedly was just entirely like improv. And the second season, I guess, like maybe had like a loose script, but Yeah, but you probably already knew that anyway.
Oh,
That's kind of like that's
Yeah.
like how it got started, how they found it. Supposedly, it was supposed to be shot actually very close to where we live.
Oh, was it?
The city didn't want the reputation that the show would bring.
Yeah.
So they went
I'd
out
heard
to
that.
like to like Halifax or wherever it was, just outside of Dartmouth, Halifax area.
Yeah.
I guess like how they shot it.
Because I think Randy was from New Brunswick or something too. He was working here, I think.
I think the guy that played Ricky is from Moncton.
Is he from
which
Moncton?
is in there.
Yeah, and I think because the business I was managing, one of the guys there, his dad was Randy's boss, and he said he was going off to do the show in the end, and they didn't want
really?
to fuck. Yeah, yeah. He had told me this. This is true because he knew, he had met him. He knew him and shit. And anyway, yeah. So I think whether he was from New Brunswick or not, he was here working. The cart boy. Oh, what the fuck is this? Oh, this is a fucking. Oh, Bubbles. Yeah. Oh my God. Is this one of the original?
This would have been like one of their early skits, I think.
Like gold mines.
It's funny. I mean, obviously he was a very successful musician, but I guess maybe
In the lake.
because he worked on the show. Bubbles worked on the show. I think he's either as a producer or as a cameraman or something, and he got brought on after because he was doing these impressions behind the scenes, I guess.
He they found,
I thought that was the
like,
case.
He started. No, that was the guy that played Trevor. He was like a boom mic operator.
Oh, I thought that was the case.
And they just needed him for like a couple scenes because he was like tall and like lanky. And because the skit they would always do with him is that they would try to get into a fight and pull his shirt off.
Yeah, really.
Fuck off, you fucking prick.
Yeah, Ricky used to be a lawyer or something. That's why he knows he's talking his way into troubles.
I'm the one that did all
I think he was a salesman. The producer, Ricky's dad, Barry Dunn, was a lawyer by trade.
Oh, he was. Wow, without the sideburns and stuff. Yeah, they just, I don't know. Like for people that like live out here, like as Word Drinker was saying, like you know so many people that are like this. Like I've run into so many fucking Ricky's, Julian's, fucking some maybe Bubbles to a lesser extent, but that's not true though. You walk around uptown there because Bubbles kind of plays this like kind of you say they all play like intellectually deficient people to some degree, but you run into people. I've run into some Bubbles that maybe are like actually strung out on hard drugs, but like Bubbles in the show isn't actually. He's kind of innocent, but like people that are a little bit harder maybe and more broken. But man, you go to Waterloo and St. John, which is the biggest city, and I think it's still the biggest city in
the second biggest city in New Brunswick.
Is the second biggest? It's probably fucking.
Moncton's like far and away the biggest now.
Moncton can be kind of rough, but man, Waterloo Street in St. John, man.
I think Moncton's got St. John beat now.
You think?
Where it is, yeah.
Man, Waterloo's one of the roughest fucking places I think I've ever been.
That street is rough.
It's fucking bad.
Rough.
Yeah.
It has international fame now, but
yeah.
And I'm not just talking about here. I'm talking about elsewhere. But I think
how does it have international fame?
I think Moncton's got a beat now in some of the bad areas of Moncton from what I've heard.
How does it have international fame? What happened?
Just a lot of people that move here.
Oh.
Or that move to like New Brunswick, if they end up in the St. John area, they're like told don't move to Waterloo Street.
Don't go to Waterloo Street. There was a guy. Oh my! I'm not even gonna get into the whole thing with anyway. But he's this famously fucked up guy uptown, and there's this church right on the Waterloo Street where they hand out like goods and like clothes and food to the down and out people. And this fucking guy, I guess, one day just walked in. He gets butt ass naked. Like he gets completely naked. And like he just walked in with his cock out, just swinging his cock around. But like, who wants it? Who wants it? And all the people there, my aunt, who's this wonderful lady, very like kind of, very, 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 how would you describe her? She was very traumatized from the whole incident. Didn't anticipate that's how crazy people were. Like this guy is going to be just like yelling, like pissing all over the floor and stuff. Like I think if I can recall correctly, but like he just got out of jail because I think that's what he was doing, was he was pissing naked like all over the place or something like. Man!
First, you get out of jail for pissing around naked everywhere.
Well,
what's the first thing you do when you get out of jail? You do the same thing they put you back, and then they put you in there.
He was hitting people with sticks or something. Anyway, I got told the whole story. I don't really. Anyway, I'm not gonna fucking.
There would be some people that would actually be in the position where they either could be homeless and cold for the winter, or they spend the winter in jail.
Well, yeah. What the fuck are you gonna do? I mean, you'd rather go into jail, obviously. I mean, this guy's eating like bugs and old. I've seen the guy like picking up cigarette butts off the ground, putting them in his fucking mouth.
You see people picking up old dirty cigarette butts.
Oh man, you met people that love jail. It's gross. Yeah, man, I know. There's people like that. There's people are crazy. There's that guy uptown who's doing fucking front flips. I think I've told this fucking story, but they call him Harley because he wears a Harley jacket. But he's just doing front flips down the street. This guy's like 50-some. Like long gray hair. I love his look.
He's not landing on his feet.
Not anymore.
He's landing right on his bum.
Yeah, well, not anymore. He's not. But anyway, well, because the recent thing he was doing was he was jumping headfirst into traffic. He was jumping headfirst into cars driving towards him. They're having to swerve out of the way. And I was like, man, I told my partner, because like she deals with these fucking people. I was like, not to sound like fucking cold or callous, but like, I was like, and I didn't really know. I'd given this guy money a bunch of times because I used to work uptown. And I was like, brother, I'm not swerving out of the fucking way and endangering everyone in this car. Just so you've already seen him again. I'm like, I'm not fucking swerving out of the way and putting myself off the road. So, but and he's not on drugs, I guess. He's just mentally ill. But just fucking crazy shit.
How recent is this that he's going into cars?
Oh, a couple months ago. He's been doing it. Oh yeah, he's fucking. I know. He's anyway. Yeah. He's got that Skyrim thief luck. Yeah, literally, man. Yeah, I dig his vibe. Yeah, it's a shame.
Does actually. Yeah.
Yeah, you've seen it before, right? He got a haircut for a while. He looked fucking great. Yeah, alligator for life, not landing on his feet. Well, he was for a while, man. I remember like. First time I encountered him was at the bottom of the street in St. John there. It's like quite steep at one of the crosswalks. And I remember at the office I was at, I just heard like bang, bang, bang. And I went out. I was like, what the fuck is going on? And I just saw this guy doing front flips and he was landing. It must, like, we're talking like 8 feet in total. Like he was falling like it maybe 8 feet might be, maybe we'll say 6.5 feet. He was falling. Like impacting on his knees, and he would just run back up and do it again. He just did it for like an hour straight. I was like, this guy's fucking knees, the cartilage in his knees must just be gone. But then now he's not landing them anymore because on top of the CTE, well, the fucking he must the brain damage he's sustained from doing that too, I'm sure. Anyway, crazy place, nothing to do, just cold as fuck. People just doing drugs or just slamming their head off the sidewalk until there's nothing left of them. GALENTV, yeah. Sorry.
I like the story of the people. There's one of the bars that's around there.
Yeah.
And I guess they start serving at like 7:00 in the morning on Saturday. So I guess the popular thing to do is that there'll be people that will go there. They'll start drinking at 7:00 in the morning. They'll be drinking all day till like 2:00 in the afternoon. They'll go home, have a nap, and then come back and do it all over again. They have like this little like porch that's there, but it's like on like an asphalt like driveway. They just have like a little fence in there and whatnot.
Yeah.
And people just spend all day out there. And you go, what a way to spend the day.
Karaoke, bud. You never done karaoke?
No.
Oh fuck. Listen. Mushroom tea, have some brews, go do some karaoke. Have some pizza after.
Not at that place though. Not at that bar.
It's in the Golden Triangle up there. I know the place. They call it the Golden Triangle because there's been a bunch of people that have gone missing. I'm not even joking. That's what the area of that place of town is literally known as, because there's been a bunch of people that just gone fucking missing. But you know what?
That's a funny name for it.
Maybe they went off to a better place. Yeah. I don't know. We'll fucking
shit.
find out. Well, we're gonna find out. Anyway, everybody, thank you for coming around this evening. Lots of schizo stories and shit. I think that probably concludes the discussions. But yeah. GALENTV, thank you, sir, for coming by once again and blessing us with all these schizo stories.
Thanks for having me once again.
Yeah, it's a fucking meme as always. So, anyway, guys, stay safe. Bones, good luck. Listen, if you do talk to those fucking things, tell them to get in contact with us. We'll facilitate some way to get in contact with them, and maybe we can even have them on the stream at some point. I don't fucking know, you know. That'd be weird, wouldn't it?
Well, you could get like you know those things that they have in like the those like ghost hunters where they have like the they speak through like the electromagnetic thing.
Oh yeah. We'll facilitate the interview anyway. And until that time, everybody. Take care. We'll see you later.
It's 7 in the evening and everything is fine. I'm not expecting visitors, so I can stream all night. I'll take my stream deck out from where I'm playing Fortnite. We'll play until the morning. At 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the submarine. It's Jim Russell, the commander of Island 49. The guardian of the ancient keys, the keys of Atlantis mysteries, Atlantean secrets, the keys. My dudes, let's follow in order to let go. Distorted echoes, the mysterious magnetic fields. Atlantean seas. We have to swim through the ocean, the periscopic deception, ancient doorways that tremble before the subterranean castle. He calls us, my dudes, robots and erudites. 'Cause at 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the almond shells. It's Jim Russell, Union leader of Sorceric Knights, and he parts in the breaking dawn.